16, 2020. We are delighted to welcome you to the third International Conference of Education, the Global Challenges of Learning Pedagogy during COVID-19 outbreak in the Industrial Revolution 4.0 by Faculty of Education Universitas Negeri Padang in collaboration with Faculty of Education Ternava University Slovakia and University Kebangsaan Malaysia. This conference brings together academia and researchers who are responsible for delivering about challenges of learning pedagogy during COVID-19 outbreak in the Industrial Revolution 4.0 and provides a great opportunity for prospective participants to share their recent theoretical knowledge, research findings, and experiences. Before we proceed the program today, we would like to sincere gratitude to Excellencies Director and Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, Professor Ganefri PhD, the Chairman of International Office of Universitas Negeri Padang, the Chairman of Research Center of Universitas Negeri Padang, the Chairman of Community Service of Universitas Negeri Padang, the Dean of Faculty of Education, Trnava University Slovakia, Professor Vera Peterkova, PhD, the Dean of Faculty of Education, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Professor Dato Dr. Norazah Muhammad Nordin, the Dean of Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, Professor Dr. Rusdinal MPD, Director of Postgraduate of Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, all Dean of Faculty in Universitas Negeri Padang, all Chairman and Secretary of Department in Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, all Head of Laboratory in Faculty Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, the keynote speakers and all the guest presenters and participants. Excellencies, distinguished guests, and all participants, the opening ceremony will be begin with the recitation of the Holy Quran by Rahmi Hanifah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhalladzina amanu idza qila lakum tafassahu fil majalis. إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس فافسحوا يفسح الله لكم. وإذا قيل انشزوا والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير. والله بما تعملون خبير. صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Singing National Anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up. We are now listening to the report by the chairperson of the Third International Conference of Education 2020 Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Sari Dewi, MPD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina Muhammadin wa sahbihi ajmain. Wa man nabiyahum bil ihsan wal iman. Amma ba'd. The Excellencies, Director of Universitas Negeri Padang, Profesor Ganefri PhD, Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, The Honorable Dean Faculty of Education, Trnava University, Slovakia, Professor Viera Peterkova, PhD. The Honorable the Dean Faculty of Education, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Profesor Dato Dr. Narozah Muhammad Nordin. All Dean of Universitas Negeri Padang, Vice Dean of Academic Affairs, Vice Dean of Treasure Division, Vice Dean of Students Affairs, Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. Director of Postgraduate Program, the Chairman of International Office, the Chairman of Research Center, the Chairman of Public Service University, Universitas Negeri Padang. Special for all the committee members of each fifth conference. The Excellency, our keynote speakers, all professors, lecturers, the guests, and participants. Please welcome in this great event, International Conference of Faculty of Education Universitas Negeri Padang, in collaboration with Faculty of Education, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and Faculty of Education, Trnava University, Slovakia, under the theme, The Global Challenges of Learning Pedagogy During COVID-19 Outbreak in the Industrial Revolution 4.0. This conference also supported by ISMAPI, APSTPI, and HPPGSDI. Thank you very much for your kindness and support this conference. So far, the audience as the participant of this conference, around 5,040 participants all over Indonesia, and also best participation from our colleague from Toyama University, Japan, from People Songkram University, Thailand, and UKM. Thank you very much for joining this conference. This conference, led by Faculty of Education, where the purpose is to invite all researchers, colleges, and also teachers, experts, to share experience in the global world. Thank you very much for your participation. Please enjoy this event. Consists of two sessions. The first session is parallel session in panel. You could join and also listen to the presentations of keynote speakers. And the second session, parallel session, the committee will lead you to join room meeting session. Hope you could learn something new from this event. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Welcoming speech from the Dean of Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Rusdinal, MPD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Alladzi hamdan katsiran kama amar. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarikalah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh la nabiyya ba'da. The Excellencies, the Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, Professor Ganefri PhD, Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, Dean Faculty of Education, Trnava University, Slovakia, Professor Vera Peterkova PhD, Dean Faculty of Education, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, Professor Datuk Dr. Norazah Muhammad Nordin, All Dean of Universitas Negeri Padang, Vice Dean of Academic Affairs, Vice Dean of Treasure Division, Vice Dean of Student Affairs, Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, Director of Postgraduate Program, the Chairman of International Office, the Chairman of Research Center, the Chairman of Public Service, Universitas Negeri Padang, the Chief of Committee International Conference, Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, Sari Dewi, MPD, and all committee members. Our keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Sperma Marsidin, MPD, from Universitas Negeri Padang, Indonesia, Professor Branislav Pupala, PhD, and Dalibor Jurasek, MA, Trnava University, Slovakia, Associate Professor, and Cheryl Armstrong, PhD, the University of South Pacific, Australia, Professor Matthias Urban, PhD, Dublin City University, Ireland, Profesor Dr. Norazah Muhammad Nordin, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, Profesor David Vickers, PhD, Arizona State University, USA, Farun Asokan, PhD, Regional Institute of Education, NCERT, India. All professors, lecturers, and guests and participants. It is an honor to welcome you all in this great event, International Conference of Faculty of Education Universitas Negeri Padang in collaboration with Faculty of Education Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia and Faculty of Education Trnava University, Slovakia, under the theme, The Global Challenges of Learning Pedagogy during COVID-19 Outbreak in the Industrial Revolution 4.0. Education is life process technologies exist in schools to enhance instruction and to support student learning. It's big challenges for all educators to prepare the best quality of teaching content to students. UNESCO recommended the use of distance learning program and open educational application and platforms that school and teachers can use to reach learners remotely and limit the disruption of education. The main aim of this conference is to share and discuss critical issues of education from multidisciplinary point of view in global work era during COVID-19 outbreak and new normal situation among the scientists, educational and medical experts, teachers, students, also educational participants in scientific forum. Thank you very much for your participation. Finally, we invite Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, Professor Ganefri PhD, to open this international conference officially. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcoming speech from the Dean Faculty of Education, Trnava University, Slovakia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Vera Peterkova, PhD.
Dear members of organizing committee, dear participants, I would like to greet you on behalf of Faculty of Education of Trnava University in Trnava in Slovakia, which is a coordinator of this conference. It's my pleasure that even the situation in whole world is very difficult in connection with COVID pandemic. You can negotiate and you can share the results of your research. The tradition of this conference is not long. It's a third year. Nevertheless, I am very proud of its international acceptance and participation and very topical focus. All the more because it devotes to distance education, which right now, at the time of coronavirus pandemic, was successfully used for substitution full-time education. Dear participant, I wish you a successful meeting, and even if you cannot meet in person this time, I wish you establish new cooperation and friendly relationship. All the best and greetings to all of you. Bye-bye.
Now we are going to listening the opening speech delivered by the Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, and we would like to request the Rector to open officially the third International Conference of Education today. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Ganefri, PhD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin.
Bapak Rektor, suaranya belum kedengaran.
Wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Bisa didengar?
Agak kecil suaranya.
Agak kecil, Pak.
Agak kecil.
Iya.
Ini laptopnya memang yang agak apa ini?
Laptopnya kecil juga.
Ini sudah agak jelas. Saya agak dekat.
Pak, ini baru jelas, Pak. Mungkin agak mendekat. Ya.
Mungkin agak mendekat.
Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin, sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'du. Honorable Vice Rector Universitas Negeri Padang, Honorable Dean Faculty of Education Universitas Negeri Padang, Honorable Dean of all faculties in Universitas Negeri Padang, Honorable Dean of Faculties University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and Honorable Dean of Faculty Education Trnava University Slovakia, and Honorable Keynote Speaker and Plenary Speaker, and honorable speaker and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, in this precious moment, let us first express our gratitude to the merciful God who has granted us with blessing and grace that we could gather here today to attend the third International Conference of Education, UNP 2020, with the theme, the global challenges of learning pedagogy during COVID-19 outbreak in the Industrial Revolution 4.0. Second, let us greet and pray to our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who had brought us to the path of light and left the darkness in this life. Let me extend my warm warmest greetings and welcome to our distinguished speaker and participants, particularly those from abroad. Even though we just meet via virtual, but live like we graduated in the same room. Ladies and gentlemen, this international conference is an example of UNP commitment to continuously improve to its extends capacity, that to extend the cooperation network to related parties in local, regional, national, and international levels. We believe that from this conference, all participants will have time to discuss and exchange ideas, findings, creating new networking as well as strengthen the existing collaboration in the respective fields of expertise. I hope this today conference will be productive. It will create a new impetus for education and scientific research, and more importantly, I sincerely hope that this auspicious occasion will be a stepping stone for further relationship and realization of our program. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of University Padang, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Faculty of Education who have organized this event. This is a great opportunity for us to be involved in an international community. I would like also to extend my appreciation and gratitude to keynotes and plenary speakers, participants of this conference, for the contribution to this event. I would also like to express my gratefulness to all sponsors that I cannot mention one by one for the support given to the committee. My appreciation and congratulations also goes to the committee that has made this program possible on success of conducting this international conference. I wish all the participants a productive discussion. Throughout the conference, let's pray together that this coronavirus pandemic will soon disappear from all of us. And thank you, the Faculty of Education, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, for the cooperation to help this conference, and also Tranova University, Slovakia. Finally, on behalf of Universitas Negeri Padang, I officially open the third International Conference of Education UNP 2020. Thank you.
Dua recitation by Johanri Taufan MPD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hadirin yang berbahagia, marilah kita awali kegiatan kita pada pagi hari ini dengan berdoa menurut agama dan kepercayaan kita masing-masing. Semoga apa yang kita lakukan pada hari ini diridhoi oleh Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Izinkanlah saya untuk memandunya dengan cara Islam. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma anta rabbi, la ilaha illa anta khalaqtani, wa ana abduka, wa ana ala ahdika, wa wa'dika mastata'tu. A'udzubika min syarri ma sanantu, abu'u laka bi ni'matika alayya, wa abu'u bi zanbi faghfirli, fa innahu la yaghfiru dzunuba illa anta. Allahumma inni as'aluka ilman nafi'an, wa rizqan thayyiban, wa amalan mutaqabbal. Allahumma, ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, tiada kata dan rasa yang pantas kami haturkan kepadamu pagi hari ini, selain syukur kami padamu atas segala nikmat dan hidayah yang sudah Engkau anugerahkan kepada kami, sehingga kami bisa hadir bersama untuk mengikuti kegiatan internasional conference ini. Untuk itu ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, jadikanlah acara kami ini sebagai acara yang Engkau ridhoi, yang membawa barokah, rahmat, taufik dan hidayah-Mu buat kami semua. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, izinkanlah kami memohon, jadikanlah kegiatan ini sebagai penyegar, pembangkit, dan penggugah semangat kami dalam meningkatkan kualitas tugas kewajiban kami, sehingga kami bisa bekerja secara profesional dan proporsional dengan baik dan tekun, sebagai bukti syukur kami dan penghambaan kami kepadamu. Ya Allah yang maha mengetahui, ilmu-Mu begitu luas dan tak terbatas. Oleh karena itu, anugerahkanlah kepada kami ilmu yang bermanfaat sebagai bekal kami dalam menjalani hidup dan kehidupan, serta berilah kami kekuatan untuk mampu mengamalkan dan menyebarluaskan ilmu yang telah Engkau anugerahkan kepada kami. Limpahkanlah kepada kami yang hadir pada acara kali ini kesehatan, kekuatan, kemudahan, dan keikhlasan, serta kecerdasan dan kearifan dalam mengikuti kegiatan ini. Ya Allah yang Maha Pengasih, satukanlah hati kami, padukanlah langkah kami, limpahkanlah pengetahuan dan segarkanlah pemahaman kami, agar kami dapat memetik hikmah yang terkandung di dalamnya. Jadikanlah kegiatan ini sebagai amal ibadah dan dapat terlaksana dengan baik dan sukses sampai akhir. Ya Allah yang Maha Pengampun, kami sadar ya Allah, tak sedikit pun kami bebas dari kesalahan, baik itu disengaja atau tidak. Tak sejengkal pun di hati kami yang bebas dari kesombongan, kealpaan, kehinaan. Ampunkanlah dosa-dosa kami ya Allah. Ampunkanlah dosa-dosa kedua orang tua kami dan orang-orang yang telah berjasa dalam membentuk kami seperti saat sekarang ini ya Allah. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, akhirnya kami hanya bisa berharap bahwa Engkaulah satu-satunya yang akan mendengar setiap keluh kesah kami, dan hanya Engkaulah yang akan mengabulkan setiap permohonan kami. Rabbana zolamna anfusana wa ilam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khosirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we have heard before that the third International Conference of Education about the global challenges of learning pedagogy during COVID-19 outbreak in the Industrial Revolution 4.0 has been officially opened. Before we start, here are the rules for today's conference. As participants, you will have very restricted right. You can only see and listen to the presenters. As participants, you can use the chat for questions to the speaker. Please do not use it for other topics or internal discussion. You can send us questions in Indonesia. We will help you to translate to English. The attendance link will be shared in the chat room. But now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are now continuing our meeting to the next agenda. That is to hear the keynote speech by Associate Professor M. Cheryl Armstrong, PhD, and will be hosted by our moderator, Alice Murianti, MPD. For Mrs. Alice Murianti, MPD, please welcome to open the plenary.
Okay, thank you, MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Pak Rektor.
First of all, I would like to honor Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, Dean Faculty of Education Universitas Negeri
Suara
Padang.
Bu Cece tidak terdengar.
Sorry. Halo.
Terdengar jelas, Pak. Cara Bu Ceci oke.
Oke. Sorry. First of all, now we start again. Sorry for the inconvenience. Honorable Rector Universitas Negeri Padang and Honorable Dean of Faculty of Education Universitas Negeri Padang Dean Faculty of Education, University of Kebangsaan Malaysia. And I would like to honor Dean of Faculty of Trunova University, as well as keynote speakers. Yeah, thank you for contribute to the conference, and honorable the participants. Yeah, thank you for joining International Conference of Education. This time we have keynote speaker from the University of South Pacific, Professor Anne Sherry Armstrong. And before coming to the presentation, I would like to introduce Anne. Anne Sherry Armstrong is an associate professor in inclusive education and the associate dean, research, innovation, and international at the Faculty of Arts, Law, and Education at the University of South Pacific. And she is also the coordinator of the Special and Inclusive Education Program at University of South Pacific School of Education. And prior to the works, the University of Sheffield, UK, the University of Sydney, and then University of Western Sydney, Australia. And Cheryl also led to the planning and delivery of major component of two World Bank National Development Program, which included the design, implementation, and monitoring of many social intervention programs. Over the past 20 years, Anne Cheryl has worked in several countries across the world, contributing to the transformation of education program and system. She has published widely on inclusive education, professional learning in education, and education in developing countries. Professor Anne Cheryl is currently an executive board member of the One Ocean Hub research project funded by the UK's Global Challenges Research Fund, led by the University of Strathclyde, Scotland, and a co-investigator of research program entitled Emotionally Connecting with the Ocean. And today, Anne will speak about the global challenges of learning pedagogy during COVID-19 outbreak in the Industrial Revolution 4.0, especially an inclusive perspective. Now we please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Anne Sherry Armstrong.
Well, for me, it's good afternoon. So I will greet you in the language of the country that I'm in right now. I'm in Fiji. I will say Bula Vinaka, and Bula Vinaka means a very warm hello to you all. I will also greet you in your language, and I will say Assalamu alaikum. Excellencies, rectors, deans, directors, organizers of this conference, thank you for the privilege of being here, of inviting me to present on this very important topic. Now, it says at the beginning that I'm going to be talking about the global challenges of learning pedagogy during COVID-19 outbreak in the Industrial Revolution 4.0. And I am going to talk about it from an inclusive perspective. And when I say inclusion, I do not mean disability per se, I mean everybody. So the widest meaning of inclusion. I am going to share my screen at this point in time so that you get a sense of what I'm talking about. Now, I must apologize at the onset because my PowerPoints are very wordy, and I purposely designed them that way because English is not your first language, and I want you to understand what I'm talking about. So when you see it, it might be clearer for you. Also, just now, let me share my screen. There I go. All right, so there we have it. So an overview of this presentation. We're going to be looking at the reach of COVID, so how far has it spread? We're going to be talking a little bit about the Industrial Revolution. We'll also go into how we've been caught unaware, the support system of learning, because when we talk about learning, we feel as if learning is just something that happens, but there's a whole support system behind learning. And then I'm going to share a case study on the research that I'm working on now, because research is also an important part of learning. And then we'll have a short bit about how do we include people in this revolutionary time, in this new change of this new world, and then we'll have some concluding reflections.
By the end of this lecture, you should be able to define liberalism, to explain the
Right. So the reach of COVID. COVID, if you think about it in a global context, there are 214 countries and territories that have been affected. And that's massive when you think about the world. And there are almost 39 million cases across the world. So it immediately tells you that so many people are affected. Now, the number of people who are currently infected, 8.5 million, still a lot of people. 1.96 million deaths, and 29 million have recovered. So when you look at this, it tells you that this pandemic is huge. So I am working at the University of the South Pacific. I need to tell you a little bit about this university. It is owned by 12 countries, and it is in the Pacific. All these countries are in the Pacific, and some of these countries are the poorest countries in the world. So when you look at the left of the screen, it's probably your right, it says no reported cases. So Kiribati, Marshall Islands, Micronesia, Nauru, Palau, Samoa, Solomon Islands, Tonga, Tuvalu, and Vanuatu, they have had no reported cases. And this is important to note, because when COVID was being, when the news of COVID was spreading across the world, the governments of these countries said, you know what, we are going to close our borders. And they did exactly that. And there's a reason behind closing their borders. Because they are the poorest countries in the world, they have very fragile health systems. And if COVID came into those countries, there would be no population left, or very few population left. Now, if you look on the other side of the table, you see some reported cases. And in these reported cases, Fiji, which is where I am right now, there are 32 cases and 2 deaths. So even though Fiji closed its borders, they were letting some people back into the country. So people, for example, had been to India for medical treatment. They came back, they were infected. And so it spread a little bit, but it was very, very contained. If you look at Australia, they have quite a few more, 27,000, but they've got a good recovery and of 25,000, and they've had some deaths and some recoveries. Now, New Zealand, they've handled their situation very well. 1,876 cases. And Indonesia, you see, you have quite a bit of cases, but you are spread over several islands as well. So when we look at COVID, it's sort of ubiquitous, it's everywhere. And so we need to be mindful of these facts when we think about learning and when we think about in this Industrial Revolution 4.0. So what do we mean when we talk about the Industrial Revolution 4.0? Because we can't just talk about it, you need to understand what it means. So it is understood in terms of the fusion of the digital, biological, and physical worlds, as well as the growing use of technologies such as artificial intelligence, cloud computing, robotics, 3D printing, the Internet of all things, Internet of Things, in those smart devices, phones, tablets, watches, security systems, things that we don't think about. So those things are so much a part of our lives. Like everybody has a phone. Most people have tablets. Everybody has a watch, a smart watch. People have security systems. And it's now become part of our reality. When you talk about wireless technologies, if you use your phone and you're not connected to some sort of wireless system, you think as if you're losing out on something. People feel as if they need to be connected, they need to be on tap, tuned in for everything that's going on in the world. And so the fourth industrial revolution is here, and it's a very real part of our lives. So this fusion that has taken place has ushered in a new era of economic disruption. And it means that there are socio-economic consequences for developing countries. And included in all those things I just said, in that mix is learning. How are we going to make sure that all the people that we need to care for are learning? And so in the midst of all of this revolution, many developing countries have been left behind. And not only are they left behind in the fourth industrial revolution, many of them have been left behind in previous revolutions. So at this point, will there be a change this time? And that's a question that we need to think about. So the World Economic Forum, who are leaders in talking about these sorts of issues, they stated that the world was at the beginning of the fourth industrial revolution, which in 2016, and that meant that the world was building and extending the impact of digitization based on the technologies and infrastructure developed during the third revolution. So Schwab, who is writing for the World Economic Forum, he predicted, he said, we stand on the brink of the technological revolution. This is in 2016. And he predicted that this will fundamentally alter the way we live, it will alter the way we work, and it will alter the way that we relate to one another. I take myself and I take you back to your parents and your grandparents. My mother was born in 1918, which is a very, very long time ago. She died when she was 98. And during her lifetime, she was born in the time of the cart and the buggy and the horse. In her lifetime, she has seen so many areas of innovation. In her time, there was no electricity. The refrigeration was done with kerosene. She has seen the electricity. She has seen phones, cordless phones, mobile phones. She was lucky enough to speak to her grandchildren and see them in another country, all because of all these technological revolutions that have taken place. And if you look at the screen and the items that are on the screen, you see all the things that we've been privileged to experience in our lifetime.
I begin with
the fourth industrial revolution. It brings enormous opportunities and difficult challenges. So if we look, we just talked about the overview, or we talked about how technology shaped the fourth industrial revolution. And we are going to talk about the benefits and the threats. So it was predicted that technology in the fourth industrial revolution will be faster and more disruptive than the first three. That's certainly true for the developed world. But history suggests that developing countries will probably have a completely different experience. And I can tell you, when I came to Fiji 4 years ago, it was very, very strange experience for me, because for so many years I've lived in England, I've lived in the Netherlands, I've lived in Australia, and the world had a different feel. I come from the Caribbean originally, and even in the Caribbean, lots of them are developing countries. Many of the things that I had experienced as a young adult and as a child, I was not experiencing in Fiji. And certainly when I traveled through some of the other countries like Samoa and Tonga, the Cook Islands, etc., I recognized that development was very, very uneven. So the experience of this industrial revolution was patchy. So when anticipating how the fourth industrial revolution will improve how we experience the world of learning, it is important to consider how to ensure those benefits extend to developing countries as well. If we don't consider the above, then there will be a greater divide between the developed and the developing world. And as we spoke about just a few minutes ago, we were caught unawares. We should not have been caught unaware. For several years, a pandemic has been discussed, and it was touted as inevitable. The scientists told us about it, and the virologists told us about it. The people from the Gates Foundation told us about it. And there were playbooks that talked about pandemics, impending pandemics. And there was a succession of outbreaks and near misses since the 1990s. And because we now have sophisticated scientific research, it was possible for the scientists to predict something like COVID. But guess what? Even with the best of warning, we were caught unaware. So where there were some universities who had minimal online teaching, because teaching activities were mostly face-to-face courses. And I will tell you a story. When I was at the University of Sydney, I was there for almost 5 years. An interesting situation occurred because there was a group of people in the in the Faculty of Education, and they were very interested in online activity. And some of us were saying, look, we need to put more of our courses online, and we need to develop MOOCs, etc. So massive online courses. What happened is that the university's management body, they said to us, we are an elite university. We are the oldest university in Australia. Our reputation rests on us teaching face-to-face courses, so that when our students come from Australia, when our students come from international places, so other countries, they see who we are and they interact with who we are. So they, prided themselves on delivering face-to-face courses because it was seen as elite. And now suddenly, in the face of COVID, there is an urgent imperative to convert courses to an online delivery mode. Now, let me tell you a little bit about the university that I am in now. We're in the middle of the Pacific. We're spread all over the place, 33 million square kilometers of ocean. And because of distance, physical distance, you can't just pick up the phone and call, because sometimes connectivity doesn't quite work that way. We have had to develop systems to work with our populations in the 12 participating countries. And so when COVID hit, we already had an online system of delivery. We use a Moodle platform and we engage with our students. So it's looking at it from various standpoints and thinking about what are the best tools that we can use to service our students. So not surprisingly, the industrial countries have developed more rapidly than the less industrial nations of the world. And in this COVID environment, technology has been thrust into the limelight. Even within the higher income countries, there are great disparities within communities. So if you look at what's happening in America right now, there are very rich communities, there are some middle-class communities, and there are an exceeding number of large, poor communities. And there are also communities living just on that margin between being a middle class and being poor. I can tell you the same for Australia. There are several marginalized communities. And in most countries, in England, where I've worked for 10 years, it's the same situation. So there are variances. And when there are variances, there are great disparities. So while the discussion is really about what's happening in higher education, there's an underlying situation that's present in the general education system that will undoubtedly affect the higher education system. So COVID-19 is driving a long overdue revolution in education. The pandemic has forced universities to bring courses online, as I've explained earlier, and as you have seen when you've been reading the news and looking at television, and talking to your colleagues, because it's how many things can we get online to service our students. The situation becomes even more challenging when the learners are disabled and live in poverty and are located in remote areas. So if you think about Australia, for example, Australia is a continent. It's massive, but Australia is a coastal country. So most of the population lives along the coastline. As you travel further inland, it becomes more and more and more remote. And in Pacific Island countries, there's a lot of remoteness that goes on. And I will tell you a story about some students who came to visit me a couple of weeks ago. They live in one of the most remote places on Fiji, on the main island of Fiji, in Viti. And they said to me, "Madam, we have to tell you this. Do you know, for us to listen to your course, we have to walk for several miles, and then we have to sit under a tree to get a particular tree to get coverage, to get Wi-Fi connection. And then, madam, if the wind blows, we don't hear anything that you say." And so during mid-semester break, they journeyed for 6 hours from where they lived to come to Suva, which is the capital, to come to the university to have a face-to-face tutorial with me. And that just tells you, it gives you an example of some of the challenges that our learners experience. And they're very real. So we have to, as we navigate these spaces, we have to open our hearts and our minds. It is not simply about technology. It is how do we do the service. So there are options available. The crisis has caused an acceleration in the development of online education in a different way to how it was previously used. So right now, we are using it in some spaces as addition to traditional face-to-face classes. We are using it in some spaces as a poorer version or a lesser version of face-to-face education. Sometimes we are packaging our information differently and using different ways to use our information. And then with all of that, there's a development of different interpersonal relationships. So I don't know if you are experiencing Zoom fatigue, but I'm experiencing Zoom fatigue because of all these meetings that I have, and now I can't escape. I can't say, I'm sorry, I can't come to the meeting because I have to travel across town or I have to fly on a plane. I have a Zoom connection, and so people expect you to turn up. So there's a different interpersonal relationship that applies. And then when we think about the support system of learning, learning doesn't just happen in a vacuum. There's a system that supports learning, and it's an entire system. And if we're talking about a revolution 4.0, we are talking about distance education that was started many years ago, but distance education with knobs on. That's really been ramped up. So we're talking about institutional support through the overarching system, including interactive e-tutorials, which is what I've been having with my student, ensuring that there's sufficient bandwidth so that the technology works. It doesn't work in isolation. We cannot speak using coconuts and expect people on the other end who have coconuts to hear us. It's not the coconut wireless. It's the real wireless and the communication platforms, etc., that are required. The software, the systems that enable us to communicate with each other in the same way we are communicating with each other now. And then there's a subject support. So what are you going to teach? And what are you going to learn? And the thing about learning and teaching go together because it's a symbiotic relationship. There's a synergistic relationship between learning and teaching. You need to have appropriate and engaging curriculum. You can't just go and teach any old thing that pops into your head. And then even though it's online, you need to have dynamic online pedagogy. So how am I going to keep my young people engaged in the discussion? How do I get them to understand things that I want them to understand? How do I get them to think more creatively so that they could develop to be the leaders of tomorrow that I envision for them? And then these things only work when we have a library. So it makes no sense having a library where there are only books, but the books are not available online, or they're journals, hard copy journals, and the journals are not available online. Newspapers, all those sorts of things, equipped online libraries. And as I said before, we need to have the equipment and the software to make these things work. Now, Simon Marginson, he was, he is a leading expert on leadership in higher education. He's now working for the University of Oxford, and he put an article in the Times Higher Education supplement a couple months ago, in August, I think. And he said, global higher education as we know it has forever changed. And it is forcing us to rethink our online provision. He says, if the next academic year begins on an online basis, platforms, so the online platforms will need to be better quality than the temporary and sometimes brilliant adaptations now being put in place. And what he means by that is that because we were caught unaware, people did their best to put information out there, to do the best that they could. But now COVID has given us some space, some thinking space to be creative so that we can actually refine what we put online and refine our engagement. Now, we have to think about the challenges of doing this. There are all sorts of challenges. But you know what? Challenges are good for us because challenges help us to focus on opportunities. And that is what this COVID has provided for us. It has provided opportunities for us to rethink the way we engage with our public, with our stakeholders, with our students, our future students, because how are we going to do things like open day, etc.? That is also a learning and teaching exercise. So the unexpected requests for previously face-to-face courses now have to be taught online. And then I explained the University of Sydney's situation. A certain type of design and organization is required if we are required to enhance the learning experiences and creating distinctive learning environments using digital technologies. Now, if we are honest with ourselves, we know that some of us and some of our university lecturers are not expert in terms of the technology. And I am not saying this to embarrass anybody. It is just how things are. And so everybody now has to come on board, and the people who are not expert in those areas now have to learn. They have to upskill themselves during these challenging times. Now, what I would like to throw out to you is that those of you who are technology savvy, so very good in understanding the technology, I would like you to reach out to those who are not so savvy in technology and support them, help them, teach them, give them mini tutorials in how do you engage with students in this new space that we're in, so that they develop a level of confidence that will help them to also support the learners. Now, understanding this, there is variable connectivity across locations. So I am able to talk to you really well now. I am in the middle right now.
So sorry for the sounds that we cannot hear. Yep, continue.
Right. I am in the middle of a rainstorm. So if it's a bit patchy, it's because it's interfering with the connectivity. And it brings me to the next point, variable connectivity across locations. And also, there is variable costs for the connectivity, the hardware and the software. So as I travel across the region, and as I travel to Australia and to the UK and other places in the world, you notice immediately the different costs, the different levels of connectivity, etc., and the different quality of software and hardware. So, as I said, when there are challenges, there are opportunities. So there are opportunities to develop and convert material that supports social interaction among participants. And right now, we are sharing material on a Zoom platform. So this is a fantastic opportunity that you have provided for your colleagues and for people like me to share information. It caters to cognitive engagement, so we are intellectually thinking, so that the learning is interesting and it captures the imagination of your learners. And we have to think about, this is an opportunity for facilitating independent learning. So guiding and assisting learners to explore concepts and to develop an inquisitiveness for learning. So learning must not be just one way. It must not be that you are the expert and you're pouring knowledge into somebody's head. That is not how it works. You must foster in your students an inquisitiveness for learning. So through self-exploration and dialogue, people become the leaders of tomorrow. They find their voice, they are able to engage respectfully with their elders and with their lecturers, etc., and with their colleagues. We also, in all of this, we need to ensure that our assessment strategies are modified and adapted to suit the new mode of learning. So when you have learning, there must be some form of assessment to make sure that what is taught is being learned and is being learned well. So we have been using tried and tested traditional learning modalities. So even though we're in this fourth industrial revolution, we don't throw out the baby with the bathwater, and we don't say, oh, those things that we did before, they're old, we're not going to use them anymore. As I said, in places where there is remoteness, there are strategies that people have gone back to. So I can tell you about places in the Pacific, places in Tonga, in Samoa, in Fiji. They have gone back to radio programming, educational television programming. We have mailed print information to students, and we have distributed not USPs, but USBs. So sorry, there's an error there. So it's USBs with preloaded material. We have also distributed tablets with preloaded material. And it's important because you look at all the strategies that will enable learning. So it's not about throwing out things that you used before, but thinking, can we include those things into the mix as we move forward? And in all of this discussion, we have to appreciate variability. Distance learning in high-income countries covers about 80 to 85%. Now look at this, it drops to less than 50% in low-income countries. So when you think about countries in the Pacific, possibly in parts of Indonesia, possibly in parts of Australia, even though Australia is a high-income country, definitely in parts of America, and certainly on the African continent, there will be a low uptake because they are poorer. And this shortfall can be attributed to the digital divide. The disadvantaged, so people who are disadvantaged, have limited access to basic needs of food and basic healthcare and household services such as electricity. When life is a struggle for you, then distance learning in terms of technology becomes elusive, and there's a lack of technology infrastructure. And in those sorts of situations, you might find low levels of digital literacy among students, parents, and teachers. And this data is from the United Nations, and it's very, very recent data on what's happening as a result of COVID and how that is impacting the world. Now, I'm going to share with you rethinking and reshaping international research collaboration. And this is important because very often we don't think of research as being part of learning, but research is a real important part of learning, because in research, we talk about research-informed learning, research-informed practice. And it is through research that we learn new things and that we are able to further our educational practice in our various locations. So when COVID happened, the countries who are member countries of the university, 12 member countries, they immediately closed their borders, as I explained before. And some of the students at this main campus were stranded. So they weren't able to go back to their home countries to conduct their interviews, etc. So what did we do? We provided a Zoom platform for those students. They, through email, connected with their interviewees wherever they were. And they said, can we have interviews with you via Zoom? They recorded the sessions. They transcribed the recordings. And then what was interesting as well is when they had face-to-face, when they were supposed to have observation sessions, well, they're not in a classroom. So how are they doing this observation? Well, we devised a system, the students and myself, and we said, okay, who are the people who are experts in your area and who have access to the spaces where you would like to observe. And then they use their research money not to fly on a plane to go back because they can't fly on a plane. They provided small or mini consultancies for colleagues in their countries to observe their classrooms and other spaces. They provided the documentation and the templates for them to work. And so this information is being sent back electronically. So we are finding ways around being stranded. We, as I said, we are finding other communicating mechanisms. And as I said as well, that we are employing facilitators to conduct aspects of face-to-face research. So in my bio, Elise said that I am an executive member of the One Ocean Hub. The One Ocean Hub is a massive international research project that's funded by the United Kingdom Research and Innovation Fund. It is administered by the University of Strathclyde, and it's an important part of our learning because it's about the ocean, and the Pacific is the largest ocean. So it makes where we are really valuable in terms of that research. And what we hope to do is to look at the potential impacts on our research to our beneficiaries. Our beneficiaries are coastal communities, which are at risk, women, and children. And what do we look at what we hope to achieve by the end of the research. Now, this is us in South Africa last year. These people here are representatives from across the world, and there are over 60-something researchers who are participating in this project. We were at a beach in Cape Town where oceans meet each other. Now, you would not recognize me. I am this person here with my head tied because it was a very windy day, and you can see it was cool, very cool. But this was a time when we could fly, meet each other, and have what they call a living aula. And an aula is a classroom. And in these living aulas, as researchers, we share information about how research is going on in the Caribbean, in South Africa, in Ghana, Namibia, Kenya, in the UK, and of course in the South Pacific. So what do we do in a situation like this? So COVID-19 has forced us to review the way we conduct our research. Learning pedagogies take place in our classrooms, whether they are face-to-face or they are virtual. And this is especially so in the time of COVID. So as I said, we have research-informed learning and teaching. And we need to conduct our research as part of this project. The project hasn't stopped because of COVID, and we need to be able to inform the communities that we serve, our students, our colleagues. And let me tell you something, we still have to produce our massive reports about what exactly are you doing about your research. So we can't travel to the locations, I said that. So we have to rethink our strategy. So what do? We have online living aulas. I think I need to go back, no? Sorry, yes. We have online living aulas where we use Zoom for 60 researchers across the world, and the researchers are in the Pacific, Ghana, Namibia, as I explained. And then we have breakout rooms for discussions. And we also develop video stories of the work that we are doing and the research that is happening on the ground. And we share them in what we call a Talanoa. And in our part of the world, in the Pacific, we are working in 2 countries. We are working in the Solomon Islands, and we are working in Fiji. And there are 6 lead co-investigators, and we're using law, the sciences, social sciences, and the performing arts. So it's a transdisciplinary approach to looking at the intractable challenges of the ocean. And that is important because when we think about the work that we are doing, we've had to develop key stakeholders. So here we are with some of our stakeholders from the Solomon Islands. Here I am in the corner here. This is a representative of the UK High Commission. This is the priest who was giving the blessing, because the Pacific is a very religious space. And these are some of the researchers who are part of the project. Now, one of the things we are doing is called Islands Explorer, and it's an education program that represents the Sustainable Development Goals. And we are looking at how we are going to be doing this for ocean literacy in primary schools for generation 2020. We have to pilot the program with 3 primary schools in Fiji and in Solomon Islands. We can't get to Solomon Islands. So what do? We get colleagues, so critical friends in the Solomon Islands. We have Zoom meetings with them. We share material, and we co-develop what we are going to be talking to schools about. We know that Fiji is developing an oceans policy, and it means that to be part of that, and it will have a ripple effect in the Pacific, we are going to pilot this oceans literacy program in primary schools. So the learning is taking place, we have stakeholders, and we are engaging with them. And when I tell you that the engagement is patchy because of connectivity, sometimes we are on a Zoom call with our colleagues in the Solomon Islands and the Zoom doesn't work. What do? We phone. We will phone 10 minutes into the conversation, the call drops out. So how do we get around it? It's a mix and a match of all sorts of things. We share things with Google Docs, we use email, whatever is available to us, we use it. And so I spoke about this and how our timelines have changed several times. We are forced to become resilient and to stay solution focused. Because if we keep thinking about, how challenging, I just need to drink some water. If we continue to think of how challenging COVID has been, then we will get nowhere and we would not be able to create the work that we would like to create. So we continue to experience challenges with remoteness and access in the Pacific. As you would have in Indonesia, we have cyclones, floods, variable internet connectivity, electrical outages, fragile health services, prohibitive costs for everything. And now COVID avoidance is added to the list because our borders are still not open. So, as I said before, we had breakout groups for discussion, we have chat functions, etc. And we hire highly experienced person. A classic example is in the Solomon Islands. The Solomon Islands, they have identified a person who is going to be their representative in the United Nations, an international diplomat. His name is Dr. Transform Agora. He cannot fly to New York, but he's an expert on oceans and remote locations and ocean communities and rural communities and development, work in development spaces. So we hired him to work for us in the Solomon Islands while he is grounded. So what I'm saying to you, it's about thinking outside the box, enlisting facilitators where you can, and using the technology as you have it. So whether it's Skype, whether it's Messenger, whether it's WhatsApp, Viber, Zoom, whatever is available, you use it, because the technology, as I said, is variable. We have to keep being solution focused, and we have to develop relationships based on trust. Because guess what? We are all in this together. So in conclusion, this health crisis is exacerbating the pre-existing education disparities by reducing the opportunities for many. And we have to think about the many vulnerable children, the youth, the adults, and those living in rural areas, girls, refugees, persons with disability, and people who have been forcibly displaced. And we have to think, how can we reach these people so that they can continue their learning? Is technology going to be a panacea? Is technology going to be a cure-all? Will technology be able to solve our educational problems? And I think no one technology will be able to do this. And I think we have to use whatever resources are available to us and do a mix and a match of what we have to get the best fit, because it's about the learner. What can the learner actually access? And it's not necessarily about what are we going to provide, because what we would like to provide, a learner might not be able to access. So this is an opportune time to be reflective and to be creative. And we have to think, what should the future of digital, online, flexible learning look like? We are the creators of this new world of learning. No one else. We are the creators of this new world of learning. So what are we creating in our various institutions? We must keep the learner in mind. So we need to reflect and ask ourselves the following: in what ways do we work that we, our colleagues, and our students can contribute the best? What can we do to contribute the best for our educational futures, to improve our educational futures? So in determining our futures, we should seek to be inclusive, equitable, and just. We need to serve all our learners in the best possible ways by being flexible to their needs. We need to exhibit care to our students, because it's not just about, as I said, pumping information into their heads. We have to convey empathy using the technologies. How do we show that we care for our students? We have to prioritize collaboration over competition, because we are all in this together. Now, as people who work in institutions, higher institutions of higher education, we are expected to publish or perish. Is that still relevant in this era? We need to think about it. How are we going to survive? How can we be more inclusive? So inclusion involves a process of systematic reform, embodying changes and modifications in content and teaching methods and approaches and structures. We need to overcome barriers, and we need to have a vision of serving all people in an equitable, participatory learning experience. So all people, all our learners, even the most marginalized. So as teachers, as lecturers, as educators, we are custodians of inclusion. How do we work for the many and not for the few? So it's about how do we capture as many people in our learning endeavors. So what do we do about our education system? In the Pacific, we think about values, processes, practices, and cultures. So Pacific values, and I talked about the relationships. In the Pacific, we talk about your relationship that you develop with your learners, with your peers. And when you develop relationships, is the first things to make small things, small changes in the way we do things. In Australia, there is a little symbol and it looks like this. And it's a hand cupping and it's supposed to represent a little bit. And it says, out of small things, out of little things, big things grow. And I think that's a really important concept to remember. So we start with the first small step, we make small changes, and we grow what we are about. So how do we make our institutions and our education systems genuinely inclusive? We provide opportunities for learning and social engagement for all learners, and we value all our learners. So I put this photograph here specifically because he's one of my former students. His name is Fuata. Fuata is blind. He became blind from an accident. Fuata has been an A+ student all the way through university. And we could have easily given up on Fuata. And he is just one out of many examples of people who could be left behind, but whom we didn't. And these, I am proud to say, are some of our graduates and their garlands around their neck, which is a Pacific thing, which talks about the respect that is paid to community. So in the Pacific, we honor traditional Pacific values, family, relationships, social responsibility, respect, humility, religion, and cultural customs. At this point, I'd like to say Vinaka Vakalevu, which is a huge thank you. Terima kasih, Danyabad, Malo, Pito, thank you, Tumas, Fafetai, Tale. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Anne-Sherry Armstrong, for your great presentation to speak out about education in Fiji. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Unmute. Sorry. So education. Yeah. Thank you for explaining about the education practice in Fiji and the challenges during COVID outbreak. And the research that you have conducted, it can become the challenges for you to conduct during the pandemic outbreak. But we got the point of view from Anne, how to conduct research, how to teach in inclusive education for all children in Fiji. Right, ladies and gentlemen, now after listening to the keynote speakers, now we come to the next session for having discussion. And probably you have a question or something that you want to know more about the inclusive education in Fiji during COVID pandemic, and you are pleased to ask to Associate Professor Anne-Sherry. Okay, time is yours. And sorry, excuse me, and
yes,
can I speak in Indonesian? Yeah, for all
sure,
the audience.
Sure, yes.
Probably to make them, or some of them maybe cannot speak English very well, or
Yes,
just
that's fine.
they're still in doubt because they speak very native, yeah.
Yes.
Right. Bapak, Ibu hadirin sekalian, kita masuk pada sesi diskusi, ya tanya jawab. Mungkin barangkali Bapak dan Ibu ada sesuatu yang mau ditanyakan untuk membangun pengetahuan kita tentang perspektif tentang pembelajaran selama pandemik di Fiji. Tadi Anne sudah banyak menjelaskan bagaimana ya tantangan untuk kita sebagai pendidik, sebagai peneliti ya dalam pembelajaran pada masa era COVID-19 ini. Nah, tantangannya bagaimana kita membuat pembelajaran itu bisa dilakukan dengan menggunakan teknologi, dan An sudah juga tadi menjelaskan bagaimana melakukan riset penelitian, menggunakan apa yang fasilitas yang ada seperti menggunakan Zoom outbreak, yang juga virtual meeting. Juga An juga menjelaskan bagaimana dia bisa mengengage mengajar dan juga melakukan penelitian di beberapa sekolah di Fiji dan King Solomon Island. Baik, Bapak dan Ibu, ya dipersilakan. Time is yours. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Yes, Anne.
Okay,
please.
so the presentation was about the state of things in the world, but some of the examples I gave were referring to Australia and the Pacific. So some of the countries in the Pacific, not specifically Fiji. I am based in Fiji, but my work is across the Pacific. And as I said, I lived in the UK and in the Netherlands and in Australia. So some of the examples that I gave are things that happened across the world. So I wanted to give you a broad overview of how it works. And when I talk about inclusion, I am talking about quality education for all children, not necessarily children who are disabled, but all children. So the poor children, the well-off children, the children who have some health issues, students who live in remote communities. It's about serving our society to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anne, for the addition explanation. Ya, tadi Anne sudah menjelaskan bahwa penelitian ini tidak hanya di Fiji. Anne memang orang Fiji. Ya, saya kenal Anne dulu waktu beliau masih bekerja di Western Sydney. Jadi penelitian ini melibatkan tidak hanya orang Fiji saja, tapi ini sebagai contoh saja, bisa saja ini dari yang dijelaskan tadi dari UK, katanya dari Belanda. Kemudian Anne juga bahwa dalam inclusive education dia menjelaskan bahwa kita itu memberikan quality education for all the people, and ya termasuk anak-anak ya usia dini, anak-anak yang tidak beruntung, ya, yang tinggal di daerah terpencil. Nah, ini yang menjadi yang dikatakan kajian dari inclusive education yang dijelaskan oleh CN. Baik, well, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any question for having discussion, you are please, yeah, so we can discuss and we hear from Anne the explanation. Yeah, you can write down the question also on the screen, yeah, and I will read for you as well.
Or translate if it's in Indonesian.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Indonesian
If you have a
very
question
good.
in Indonesian, I would like to translate, yeah,
Yes,
to
please.
interpret to
Thank
Anne.
you.
Thank you. Yep. We're still waiting. Oh, I got a lot of comment from the audience that they are very interested for your presentation, and some of them asking for PowerPoint or for the
You have the
material.
PowerPoint, Elise, so you can distribute it.
Oh, thank you very much. Mm-hmm.
You're very welcome.
Mm. Yep. Hello, everyone.
Bu Elise.
Ya, silakan Pak, please.
And I think it's the first time for me to meet and through webinar and the first time to hear your voice talking about education, especially inclusive education. Even though I don't catch all of your presentation, I have some questions.
Sure.
Maybe I think it's not the real situation on your country, but in as long as I know, inclusive education in some schools, especially in Indonesia, still left, not real left behind, but maybe it's different from your situation in your country. But some of teachers or parents in Indonesia still thinks that inclusive class or inclusive education is something difficult to manage, because in that class there are some students who have different capability, or let me say difficult. Do you also find the problems like that, whether it's in Australia or in Fiji or in many other countries?
Thank you very much for that question. This is a human problem. It's not particular to a particular country. People, parents are fearful and concerned about their children. And therefore, some parents prefer their children to be taught in what you call special schools. Now, I have to say, there are a couple of things that I want to say. Some children look like us. 2 eyes, normal head, 2 arms, etc. But they have problems understanding. But they go to a regular school. It is when the disability is obvious that people start to feel strange. When I was a PhD student in England, 2 of my friends, one had cerebral palsy and one was blind. They were my PhD colleagues. I had other colleagues as well, but they were my PhD colleagues, and they both got their PhDs and they're both working. As I said about FUATA, the thing is, we have to recognize that if we are looking at the policies put forward by the United Nations, inclusion is not only about disability. Disability is one aspect of it, a small aspect.
Yeah.
Important, but one aspect. So it's people who are living in remote communities, people who are living in poverty, and people who have health issues. So as I talk, my fingers move further and further. And then we start to see that these are the people in our classrooms. So it's about getting over the fear that people with disabilities are less than. Sometimes they are more intelligent than us who look the way we look, and we don't recognize it. And in many classrooms, ordinary classrooms, where you don't have children with obvious disabilities, you have children who perform very poorly, and you have children who are very, very bright. How are you dealing with that whole range of children? Those who are very poor, and those who are very bright, and those who are in the middle. So it's about refining our teaching strategies to accommodate all these different groups of learners. Have I answered your question?
Yes. Ms. Cece, may I continue my question?
Yes, you can.
It's based on my experience, but it's in my country, in Indonesia. If we talk about inclusive class, as long as I know, it's a class with disability students. But
Yes.
when you talk about just now, you mentioned that based on the student with different abilities, different maybe there's a poor or remote student from far from the city. You also mentioned it is the inclusive class, right?
Yes.
So the problem is how to make how to teach at the same situation for the different students. I think it's the most difficult things for us. And my next question is, what about how to manage that from the school principal points of view? Because the student come from different educational and come from different economic situation. So I think it's also difficult for us.
It's also difficult because we have to begin with teacher training, teacher education. So when you have teacher education in something like inclusive education, there are strategies for working with all kinds of children and not only disabled children. So children in a regular classroom who have difficulty learning how to do mathematics, children learning how to read, children learning how to do all sorts of things. There are strategies that can be used through professional development that will enable that. And you start with a pilot. You don't start with a whole education system. You use one school, and the school must volunteer as a pilot. So you don't choose the school. You let them volunteer because there are people who will be willing. And then you do whole school professional development with the teachers in those schools. And little by little, when the supervisor checks, you will see that the learning expands. Now, the definition that I've given you with all these different groups of people, that is a definition that was put forward by the United Nations. And there's a country called Salamanca. So in 1994, the group of countries around the world met in this place called Salamanca, and they talked about the different kinds of students that we meet in a classroom. And they were saying that inclusion includes all those different types of students. So I know it's difficult, it is not easy, and that's why I said from little things, big things grow. You start with a pilot, and I am very happy. If you ask Elise how to contact me, I will send you bits of information and material on how you can do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Anne.
We have
You're
3
very
questions
welcome.
from
Thank you
YouTube.
very much. I see a question here that says, how
Yeah,
can
yeah.
educators and students in remote, it's gone, it's gone. Where is it?
Well,
How
thank
can
you.
education and educators
Thank you
and
very
students
much,
in
Anne.
remote, right?
Yeah.
Because this question here, can you see where my cursor is? How can they survive the pandemic with very limited internet? Well, you don't need the internet to live, do you? So when people went back to their villages, they were able to do what humans do naturally, instinctively. They went to their plantations, to the land, and they grew food. And then the community village schools in those areas supported them. So that is how students survived the pandemic. They lived. They didn't have to social distance. If you look at me, I don't have a mask around my neck and I don't have a mask on my face. And that is because Fiji is now COVID-free. So we don't need to move around with masks or any of those things. In Samoa, it's the same. In Tonga, it's the same. Solomon Islands, it's the same. Tuvalu, all these, the 12 countries, we don't have COVID because we closed our borders. And in terms of the internet, most people have a phone, and if they don't have a phone, they have access to somebody with a phone. So they're able to get little bits of information. If they are university students, What we do is on our Moodle platform, we download all the information into a PDF file and we send it to them. Or we download it in a PDF file, print it and mail it to them so that our students are still supported even though we have sent them back to their village. Okay, another question. Do Fiji and Australia have nationally widely used learning management systems for elementary to senior high school levels? Yes, there are learning management systems across some of the countries in the Pacific and also definitely in Australia and New Zealand and the UK as well. It's important because learning management systems are important because if you need to have access to international funds and access to loans, you do need to have a learning management system because that's how they capture the data to argue the case and to determine the level of literacy or the level of numeracy that exists in different countries and to develop their reports. In fact, there is a new system called PACREF, which is the Pacific Regional Education Framework. And we use the information from the LMS to feed into that framework so that when the work begins next year, we'll be able to start from the same position and understanding the same position. So thank you for that question. And then we have, right. There are certain obstacles, especially, yes, attitude is the biggest disability. That has been the saying forever. So there are certain obstacles, yes, mindset and culture. But if we start with one or two and we make a really good example, then people see how all things are possible. And then parents of children see how all things are possible, and then they want the best for their children. So then they start to lobby, then they start to advocate for the best for their children. That's why I said you start with a pilot. And yes, Indonesia is very different from Europe and America, but Fiji and the Pacific is similar in that respect. They're very conservative cultures. Nothing's wrong with being a conservative culture. And they have inherited ways of understanding humans. But one of the most brilliant people in the world was disabled. Who was that person? I'm trying to remember his name now. He was a cosmologist. I'm seeing his name. He died a few years ago. And he was British. And he was in a wheelchair and he spoke through a voice synthesizer. Can somebody help me? Could you remember? I'm trying to remember. I can't remember. If I remember later, I will tell you.
Yeah, that's fine, Anne. Just go on.
Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking.
Stephen Hawking.
Yes, but he was touted as one of the most brilliant minds on the planet. And he developed theory on black holes and those sorts of things. He was disabled. One of
Stephen
our
Hawking,
disabled
yeah.
people in Fiji, Mr. Setareki, he got one of the president's medal on Fiji's Independence Day for his service to community. He has traveled the world as an advocate for disabled people. So there are lots of disabled people in community. All we need to do is to start a pilot, start it small, and little by little, you will see the attitudes changing. Don't try to change all the attitudes all at the same time. It wouldn't work. You will get resistance.
Okay, thank you, Anne. Yeah, thank you for delivering your your experiences, research in inclusive educations, and we have also heard you about the practice of inclusive education that you have conducted throughout the world, and also in Fiji, even though in difficult situation during pandemic COVID-19, but you still conduct projects and you've to inclusive what the people, yeah, have you explained just now, yeah, and you use a Zoom meeting and printed material sharing in the pilot project. Baik Bapak dan Ibu, tadi banyak sudah kita mendengar penjelasan dari Anne, Cheryl, bagaimana practice inclusive education yang telah dilakukannya, pengalamannya di beberapa negara yang melakukan riset ya, joining riset. Yang pilot projectnya dilakukan pada apa namanya untuk di Fiji, di Solomon ya. Nah, yang kita selama ini mengira bahwa inclusive education ini untuk orang-orang disable. Ya, namun sebetulnya tidak, kata si Anne tadi, yang inclusive education untuk orang-orang yang tidak beruntung seperti yang berada pada kehidupan yang di bawah standar ekonomi dan juga tinggal di daerah-daerah terpencil. Baik, kita sudah banyak mendengar tadi. Oke, terima kasih atas pertanyaannya, atas masukannya. Nah, kita kembali kepada Anne Cheryl. Thank you very much, Anne, for sharing your research, your experiences. Yeah, you conducted your pilot projects during COVID pandemic, and we got many insights and valuable knowledge from you all. And then thank you very much. We are very respected. Ladies and gentlemen, as the end of our discussion and explanation, I would like to say apologize for all that probably something that inconvenient. And that's all for the Associate Professor Anne Sherry Armstrong presentation today. And we would like to give back the time for Master of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you.
What an excellent presentation from our keynote speakers. Now we invite you to join the parallel session where the location are being described on our website webinar. All of you can leave the plenary session to the parallel session according to the schedule. Parallel session can be followed according to the interest of each participant by clicking on the link. Will be shown at the Zoom chat. There are 5 rooms over, and you just click one link.
Maaf tadi masih ada pertanyaan ya. Bu Lena?
Pak Azrul.
Hello, good morning, Matthias.
Good morning.
How are you? Yes, this is afternoon here. How are you?
It's all good. It's a very early, very dark morning in Dublin.
Yeah. How is the COVID-19 in your country?
Sorry? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, kok diulang lagi apa? Kembali lagi. Kembali datang. Oh, saya apakah saya hidupin YouTube saya di sini? Tetap YouTube saya. Okay, you want to check your share screen first?
Yes, we can do that.
It's okay. Before we start, you can check this one. Maybe you want to share your PowerPoint.
Okay.
But your is clear from here.
Hello. Good afternoon, Matthias. How are you?
Good afternoon and good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning for the island. Nice to see you here. It has been a long time not seeing you.
Yeah, it's been some time now. That's right.
Oh, yeah.
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 How's the conference going?
It's good.
You had a good start. Okay. Do you want me to just briefly share my slides so you can see if this works?
Okay. Yes, that's good.
Okay.
Yep.
Perfect.
That we will start after 30 minutes.
No, that's all right.
Yeah, that is okay.
Yeah. What else do we need to prepare?
But Matthias, you have to speak louder because maybe your voice, yeah.
Oh, okay. So is there anything else we need to prepare now?
No, yeah, I just want to check whether your voice is clear and okay. And
Okay.
then we need to wait because based on our schedule, we will start at 2 p.m. Indonesian time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So I'll let you go, and I'll be back in 20 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
See you. Yep. Oh, dia agak pelan itu suaranya.
Suaranya Lena kurang jelas. Udah mulai ya?
Belum, kita belum mulai, kita nunggu MC buka dulu. Saya belum mulai. MC sudah standby kah? Bisa kita mulai karena waktu kita sudah jam 2. MC tolong, di mana dia posisinya, Pak? He has
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are now continuing our meeting to the next agenda, that is to hear the keynote speech by Professor Martias Urban, PhD, and will be hosted by our moderator, May Sri Lena, MPD. For Mrs. May Sri Lena, MPD, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ria. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Third International Conference of Education and the Global Challenges Learning Pedagogy during COVID-19 outbreak in the Industrial Revolution 4.0. Well, in this session, we have Professor Matthias Urban, PhD, as the second keynote speaker. Before he presents his paper, let me introduce him to all of you. Professor Matthias Urban is Desmond Chair of Early Childhood Education and Director of Early Childhood Education Research at Dublin City University, Ireland. He has worked on questions of policy related to diversity, equality, social justice, evaluations, and professionalism in the education and care system for young children, families, and community in diversity, social, cultural contexts. He has well-established track records of publication in international peer-reviewed journals. His work has been classified as world-leading and internationally excellent in the context of the Research Excellence Framework in the United Kingdom. Today, Professor Matthias Urban will present a topic about early childhood education, a global scenario. If you have questions related to this topic, please feel free to write down your question on the text box during this presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Matthias Urban. Hello, Matthias. Please turn on your microphone first.
No. Thank you so much. Good morning from Dublin. Salam alaikum and good afternoon to Indonesia.
Yeah.
Salam, Professor.
Okay. Well, first of all, let me say I'm delighted to be part of this very important conference. It is one of the most sort of pressing topics that we've seen developing over the last couple of months in the context of a global pandemic, the importance to maintain early childhood development, education and care systems, not just to keep support for children and families, but also, as we have seen, to maintain essential infrastructure in many countries affected by the pandemic. So my presentation today, and if I can get that to you. My presentation today is titled Early Childhood in Times of Global Uncertainty, and it is about the importance of building integrated, resilient, and sustainable early childhood systems for children, families, and the common good. I'm going to start just briefly showing you a few pictures that I've collected in recent years in various parts of the world, really just to remind us that early childhood education is a global phenomenon. While it is clearly embedded in national and cultural, in local environments, it is also something that has become a pressing issue. And as the French author Bruno Latour reminds us, a matter of concern that is of global importance and that requires local approaches and solutions within a shared global environment. And you organizing this conference today is an important element of creating this, this environment for shared learning across our differences. My presentation today is based on work that we've been undertaking for some years now in the context of the annual meeting of the Group of 20, the G20. I am involved in one of the official engagement groups of the Group of 20, which is called T20, which is a global network of research institutes and think tanks. And I have been, I have had the honor, I still have the honor, to coordinate the early childhood development, education and care policy briefs with this group. And just to sort of give you a brief overview over the sort of development, but also consistency of this important topic within this global policy environment. In 2018, when the G20 was hosted by Argentina in South America, we focused mainly on questions of early childhood systems. We worked together on policy approaches that countries can take, policy choices countries can make to integrate their early childhood development and their early childhood education and their early childhood care policy frameworks, and how these integrated systems, how a systemic approach usually leads to not just more efficient and more effective early childhood systems, but also to better outcomes for children, families, and communities. In 2019 in Japan, Japan was the host of the G20, we approached a policy topic building on the systemic approach, where we sort of looked into how can, within an overarching framework, and we're talking at a global level, we're talking at the national level, how can within these overarching frameworks, how can we develop locally and culturally appropriate early childhood programs for all children? And again, with the question of how does this contribute to the common good, and what is government responsibility? In this year, in 2020, the G20 process is hosted by Saudi Arabia. And again, we're building on our systemic approach in the policy briefs. And we're looking towards how can we not just learn from the diversity of locally and culturally appropriate early childhood programs, but how can we upscale them? How can we bring community-based early childhood services to scale? And that is an important question because as anybody who's familiar with this field knows, we can't just use one example and just run it, roll it out all over the world, all over, or even one country. But we can learn from how communities can be empowered to build appropriate and working early childhood programs. So that's the background. And I just want to briefly acknowledge the group of people who have been working on this and who are working on this. So we have our own center at Dublin City University coordinating it. We have one of my colleagues, Dr. Jennifer Guevara, working on these policy briefs with us. We have a center based in Argentina, Dr. Alejandra Cardini from the Center for the Implementation of Public Policies for Equity and Growth. We have our colleague Lynette Okengo from the African Early Childhood Network based in Nairobi, Kenya, who's part of this group. We have my colleague Rita Flores Romero from the National University in Colombia, in Bogota. She's the head of the research group for cognition and language in early childhood. We have from Brazil, Dr. Claudia Costin, who runs the Center for Excellence and Innovation in Education Policies in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we have in Indonesia, Dr. Dwi Priyono, who is the director of the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization Regional Center for Early Childhood Education and Care. So this is a global group working on these policy issues. And I'm just sharing another picture with you. This is the result of a discussion with early childhood educators some years ago, 2 years ago in Nairobi, Kenya. Early childhood educators from a number of African countries coming together, discussing their priorities and their urgent issues in the field. When you look at these lists, quite a number of these items should be familiar to anyone in this field. If you were to do a workshop with early childhood teachers or with your students at your university, I would be surprised if the list of urgent issues in our field would be very different from that of the teachers in sub-Saharan Africa or in Europe. I discussed this with my students yesterday, and they could identify with exactly the same issues. Questions of recognition of early childhood as part of the education system, questions of training and qualification, questions of working conditions, but also questions of the public responsibility for setting up early childhood systems and services. So there is, as I said, there is a global consensus, and it's based on solid evidence that early childhood programs, if they are of high quality, and I think we have to just constantly remind ourselves, poor early childhood programs are not only not of benefit for children, they can actually be damaging. Early childhood programs, provided they are of high quality, are beneficial to children, they're beneficial to their families and communities, and to society on the whole, on a broad range of indicators, including social cohesion and in increasingly unequal and consistently divided societies. Just to take us back to what the group of 20 recognizes about this, here is a quote from the final communique of the T20 summit in Tokyo last year, where the group of 20 recognized the importance of early childhood development, early child education and care, by saying we're going to work towards strengthening a G20 commitment to advancing access to locally and culturally appropriate quality early childhood development, early childhood education and care for all children from birth, and build international consensus on government responsibility for a whole systems approach to early childhood policies. So there is a global consensus about the direction of travel. I call this a strongly emerging systemic turn, because it's not only the group of 20, it is international organizations, it is it's scholarship, it is policymakers that are increasingly recognizing we have to look at the bigger picture. We have to develop the entire early childhood system, and we have to move from promoting individual disconnected programs, initiatives, to building competent systems, as I call them. That, however, remains a challenge, and it remains a challenge quite often in many parts of the world for state actors to enact the commitment, and in particular to develop policies that enable that bringing to scale of community-based early childhood solutions. And again, talking from a global perspective, this is not a challenge that is particularly situated in one region of the world. It's not particularly situated in the global south or in the global east, the global west. It is a challenge that we identify in most countries, with some notable exceptions. And it is crucial that we identify this as a global challenge and that we identify forums like this and others where we learn with each other about how to address this challenge. So, what is the picture? Countries in both the global north and south are increasingly adopting policy frameworks that address early childhood from a holistic perspective. And that is an enormous progress. We have some examples here, and this is just of a sort of I picked those. There are many others available. The European Union has adopted a quality framework for early childhood education and care across its 28 member states that talks about the importance of systemic approaches to developing quality. In the country where I work and live at the moment in Ireland, we have a national whole of government strategy for babies, young children and families. The country that I'm quite familiar with in South America, Colombia, has a comprehensive early childhood strategy called Desera Siempre. My understanding is that under the acronym of POET in Indonesia, you're talking integrated approaches, systems as well. So all these policies and many others in development, all these policies urgently require new and effective approaches to governance of systems, to resourcing early childhood systems, to professional preparation and evaluation at all levels of the early childhood system. And I think this is really important, that we don't put the spotlight on teachers only, but that we actually move towards questions of how can we evaluate the effectiveness and the competence of the entire system, the support systems, the educators, the governance of the system, but also the sort of learning about the system. And this is what universities do, and the preparation of future professionals. This all points to the need and to the possibility, as I said before, for shared learning from and with and between policy and practice initiatives in the global north and the global south. But as we all experience talking to each other behind our computer screens at the moment, the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted programs to support young children, their families and communities in all affected countries, in all regions in the global south and north. And these disruptions of services had immediate negative effects on children, on the early childhood workforce, on society and economy. And countries learned, and they learned it the hard way and very fast, that early childhood services are essential public services. The disruption of these services has compounded existing inequalities and has quite often created many new ones. Let's look at the effects on children. Well, first of all, for many children, it was the immediate, the closure of services led to the immediate disappearance of stimulating play and learning opportunities in social settings. Safe spaces outside the family home were gone. But for many children in many countries, it was also immediately led to a lack of access to nutrition, a healthy meal per day, healthcare, including basic hygiene, running water in many cases. And again, these are effects on children that are not confined to specific regions in specific areas of the globe, but they're internationally pressing issues. So all this affects young children in both affluent and poor countries. But while all children are affected, inequalities within countries are quite often exacerbating the situation for children from the most marginalized communities. So quite often children in rural communities, indigenous communities, migrant communities, forcefully displaced communities, in the context of Europe, quite often Roma communities, in general, poor communities are more affected by this than others. So following on what organizations like UNICEF are saying, the COVID-19 crisis carries the risk of developing into a global children's rights crisis. If we look at the effects on families, obviously in many countries, reliable childcare collapsed, which quite often contributed to or aggravates the sudden loss of income. How do you work? It has been particularly severe for what we've come to call key workers. For instance, healthcare workers or people working in the retail sector. And quite often we had the situation where health systems became under threat because healthcare workers, nurses, had no childcare available. And disruption of parenting supports broader than just the sort of immediate childcare is another really serious implication for families. In terms of society and economy, the immediate effect, of course, closure of schools and preschools and childcare services has impeded countries' ability to respond to the immediate health crisis. Key workers staying at home to look after children have become unavailable for their frontline role in hospitals. Many early childhood educators already in precarious employment have lost their livelihoods because services closed. The medium and long-term implications are becoming quite visible now in many countries, that especially where we rely heavily on private and private for-profit provision, that means that in many countries the business model for these services has collapsed. And there are indications that services sometimes will not be able to reopen once we get through this pandemic. So there is a lack of reliable and sustainable services for young children and their families, and it will have serious implications for countries to move through the pandemic, and as some countries say, to restart their economies post-COVID. And again, just to sort of give a reminder, early childhood systems, this is from a report published by Education International some years ago. And again, while we have to keep in mind that early childhood systems vary and differ between countries, and that is rightly so, because early childhood services, while addressing a global global challenge, need to be embedded in the local and in the local and cultural and economic and political and social environment. Quite often, it is not the difference between countries, but the difference within countries and regions that really require our attention. And I don't want to go into these two pictures here. They are both taken in Nairobi in Kenya, not too far apart from each other, both early childhood services, and they exemplify what I mean by saying differences within countries. We have learned some preliminary policy lessons from the pandemic so far. We're still learning. And I suppose the most important one is that early childhood development, education, care is an essential public service, and we need to recognize that. It should be treated as a common good. It provides the foundation for society. It's not just another sector of the economy. And we are seeing that inequality is the major contributing factor to our problems. It's about unequal access to early childhood programs. It's about unequal inequality in the quality of experiences that children are making in early childhood programs between and within countries. We have talked a lot about digital inequality, especially in relation to the compulsory education system. Many countries have made tremendous efforts to move education online, to provide education for students through various online channels. And they have learned that digital inequality was a major obstacle to actually reach out to children, families, and communities. And again, a large proportion of the world's population still has no internet access, for instance. The implications for early childhood are similar but worse. It is very difficult, if not impossible, to provide meaningful early childhood services online, even when there is access to internet and mobile technology. But what we do know is that countries have made quite interesting use of online resources to reach out to families, to communities, to provide services, home visiting services and others. But in order to do so, and this takes us back to the beginning of this presentation, they need early childhood to be part of an integrated system so they can actually follow and understand and know where children are, where families are, and what their needs are, even if the services where children present have to close. And there are some excellent examples of how this works. We have a number of factors, none of them new, but exacerbating the crisis in most countries. We have a lack of data, and quite often, especially a lack of disaggregated data on children from diverse ethnic, cultural, socioeconomic, geographical backgrounds. And there are some notable exceptions in countries, as I mentioned, that have adopted integrated policy frameworks. For instance, countries in Latin America that do have done surprisingly well in maintaining their support systems for their children and families in a pandemic. There is chronic and persistent underfunding of early childhood development and education and care services, and that is true even in the most affluent countries. Our government here in one of the most affluent countries in Europe has just published a new budget yesterday, without any meaningful increase of funding for early childhood services. So it's happening everywhere. Fragmentation of services is a huge problem in many countries. Lack of strategy, lack of leadership, and crucially, lack of cross-sectoral policy coordination. A lot of talk about whole systems approaches, but at the end of the day, a lot of policy making in silos and boxes and very little communication. And at the global stage again, we've seen unprecedented state intervention in the immediate crisis, but we also see that large international economic stimulus packages again risk pushing poorer countries into unsustainable debt, and we see this in sub-Saharan Africa, for instance, due to a extremely worrying lack of international solidarity and coordination. And that takes us back to the priority list collected by the teachers at this workshop in Nairobi. And I think we would all be well advised to work through these lists and take teachers' concerns extremely seriously and add to them priority lists that we as academics and that communities and that policymakers in their respective contexts can bring to that table. We do see a number of policy choices that are available to governments and to policy and decision makers locally, regionally, and internationally. And I'm just going to name a few, and they are the essence of the policy brief that we've published for the T20, G20 process this year. So what we're saying is that it is crucial for policy actors, including governments and non-governmental organizations, to fully recognize the potential and contribution of comprehensive, accessible, community-based, and well-resourced early childhood programs to social cohesion, and in consequence, to develop and implement policies to allow these initiatives to flourish. So it is about bringing the overarching national framework and the local development together, which is not a one-way system of implementing a national program locally, but it's also about learning from and empowering local developments. And that would require, it's a policy choice, to adopt social cohesion as an acknowledged and central goal of national early childhood development, education and care policies. So the question of looking at what is the purpose of our state investment, of our state engagement with early childhood systems, with early childhood development, education and care services. What are the goals? And we believe that one of the most important goals should be to acknowledge the importance of social cohesion and the importance of the contributions that early childhood makes to this. The second policy choice available to decision makers is about comprehensive early childhood services that are responsive to the capabilities and needs of communities. They need to be seen as an essential element of national strategies to counter inequality, social division, and in many countries also tensions, post-conflict tensions in society. This all sits in a wider picture where countries can choose to adopt national governance strategies, and that is not limited to early childhood, but it's essential for early childhood as well, to adopt national governance strategies that combine central guidance, central policy frameworks with equally strong and autonomous local democratic structures and connect the two. And that requires resourcing and funding and supporting local democracy and governance to ensure that communities are empowered and supported to develop and implement these locally and culturally responsive services for young children and their families. And crucially, and this is a clear government responsibility, it is about initiating and facilitating national debate about the purpose, possibility, aspiration associated with comprehensive early childhood development, education, care programs. What do we as a people, as a nation, as a community see as the important goals? What are our aspirations for our children and for our communities? Why and how do we want early childhood education and care to engage with that? Very important, and I mentioned the lack of data and learning and information earlier. It is a very important policy tool to put in place monitoring, evaluation, and data collection mechanisms that ensure that all stakeholders at local level are heard at all levels of the system, and that there is a continuous process of defining, developing the best policy, best possible quality of early childhood services. And this includes, obviously, at the very least, children, families, community leaders, practitioners, but also early childhood experts, academics, decision makers, community leaders. And it is not just about setting up talking shops, while this is important, but it is important to systematically gather information, monitor how we're doing, evaluate how we're doing, and crucially, build into the policy-making process the learning from and the acting on the evaluation. How do we develop and change our policies and our approaches according to what we learn in these evaluation processes? Where does that leave us? I suppose two key messages. One is really looking at the crucial role played by early childhood development, education and care for children, families, and for the entire society, which would require us And that is sometimes a huge shift of a mindset and of sort of established ways of doing things, is to restructure early childhood services as vital public services and strengthen, as the G20 reminds us, government responsibility for locally and culturally approaches to early childhood services. And this doesn't tell us that government is the only actor in this field. Of course it's not. There are many actors that come together, but there is a key responsibility of government to initiate and coordinate these processes. We can also learn with and from countries that have already adopted integrated early childhood policy frameworks. And this is learning across the global south and the global north, because again, these are challenges and issues that are not confined to one particular reason. We should focus on data, on monitoring and evaluation, carefully adapted to local situations, rather than adopting one-size-fits-all standardized testing and measurement, but situated and processual monitoring and evaluation, carefully documented, to feed into the policy-making process. Looking beyond the pandemic, what are issues that I strongly believe we need to look at in what some call the new normality or the new normal, a post-COVID-19 world. First of all, I suppose what COVID-19 is teaching us is that the likelihood of existential crisis arising at global scale is increasing. This is not going to be the last pandemic. Further pandemics, climate crisis, dysfunctional economic models, conflict and others will require a fundamental reorientation of education and care at all levels, but beginning with young children from birth. And I suppose one way of doing this would be to beginning with what we're learning in the current situation, to align education and care much more clearly with the sustainable development goals. What do I mean by that? In this framework of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, we obviously have education included as SDG 4, and we have a specific target for early childhood under SDG 4.2 that talks about access to early childhood development, education and care for all children by 2030. But of course, we need to connect this with the entire framework. So it's not just about focusing on increasing access, which is extremely important, but it's also about reorienting what we do in early child education and care in order to enable that we achieve the entire SDG framework. Early childhood is not just one of the areas. Early childhood is a crucial enabler for the entire SDG framework if we take it seriously. And I suppose what we've learned, what many of us have in the field have been arguing for a long time, that the fundamental questions have shifted from technical questions, from managerial questions. For instance, how can we best measure children's learning against predetermined learning outcomes, learning domains, etc., to existential questions. What should we be educating for in order to ensure survival of humanity on our finite planet? And I'm going to leave you with this and with a quote from my inspiration, Paulo Freire, the Brazilian writer, who says, "The future isn't something hidden in a corner. It is something we all together build in the present." Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Matthias Urban. So we already have several questions from the participant. I will read the question for you. Okay, the first question is, in order to improve early childhood programs in education, how can parents and teachers teach their children while the pandemic? Because the students are while the pandemic, as we know that we cannot meet as a usual in class. And how to attract the children's attention.
Yeah, that is why. That is why I think it is so important to connect the national efforts and the local efforts, the local and the overarching frameworks, because while we can't come together as we used to in classrooms with teachers quite often, we can, if we have the support, reach out to families, find other ways of communicating, and there might not be just the one way that works for all. That might be some way of online interaction, and many countries have, and many services have sort of tried that quite successfully. But it might also mean that we might not be able to teach, but while we're not able to teach, we might still be able to support, to provide crucial support for families, keep that connection, make sure they know that they're not on their own, move from classroom-based programs or activities to visiting activities. And what works is what local families and communities and teachers build together. I mean, it's probably, if you expect me to give you one solution to say this is how you do it, no. The solution is to sit together behind our screens or socially distance and say, what are the supports that we can offer to children and families here? What are the supports that they need most? What are they asking of us? And to have a clear support from central government and resourcing to do that.
Okay.
Professor?
Thank you. Yes, you have question, Ms. Iche?
Thank you very much, moderator, for the time given. It's a very interesting topic that Professor Matthias Urban explained just now about the discipline of stimulating play and learning opportunity in some parts of the world. And also we find also this phenomena in Indonesia as well. And we also, there is a challenge because of the pandemic. Then my question is that, could you tell me what the government policy organized the practice of early child education, particularly in European continent, yeah, and also in Ireland? What's the government policy? How the government organized to the challenge? Yeah, and how is what kind of the policy is that? Yeah, that's my question. Is thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Iche. Excellent question. Please, Professor Matthias.
Well, I mean, again, as I said, well, first of all, there is no one approach in the context of Europe, because we're talking about, if you're only looking at the European Union, we're talking about 28 countries with huge differences in their early childhood systems. But I suppose one thing that I mentioned it in my presentation, is that all countries realized very quickly how essential early childhood services are as an essential infrastructure. And so basically overnight we had discussions in all countries about how can we maintain these services. Some countries that have well-established public early childhood provision were coping much better than countries, including my own, where there's a heavy reliance on private provision. 70% of early childhood places in this country are provided by private providers. And these systems quite often collapsed overnight because there was no support, they're not connected, they're underfunded, people couldn't go to work. And immediately we had questions about, so if I'm supposed to work in a hospital as a nurse, where is my childcare service? And that didn't happen. So one of the reactions that we're now seeing across many countries is this questions of how can we move from these unsustainable, fragmented, shaky systems to something that is more comprehensive, that is actually resilient to disruption. And there is a strong discussion now about the importance of having a very strong public element. And as you might know, I'm a very strong advocate for public early childhood services, universal and public, rather than private and targeted. So that's what we're seeing at the moment. And in this scenario, many countries have developed all sorts of immediate sort of emergency approaches, trying to make sure after early child services had to close earlier this year, trying to make sure that they reopen in a safe manner. So, for instance, making sure that there is distancing where possible, that children are sort of brought together in small groups, in pods or bubbles or whatever you might want to call them. But the key question really is moving from these emergency responses to transforming our early childhood systems into strong, resilient, sustainable systems. And my argument is that that requires strong public involvement and public responsibility.
Okay, excellent answer. Thank you. And then, so we also have someone here who want to ask your question directly. Please, Mistika.
Well, thank you, Ms. Lena. Mr. Marquez Urban, I want to ask questions about, you have delivered some picture about the lack of differences between North and South in education, in early education. So what is the government act to make this education is more valuable in this North and South and make it the same? And also my question is about, as we know that children is really like to playing than sit in front of the smartphone and listen to the teacher. So what can we do to attract the children attention to make them want to listen to the teacher? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mistika. A very good question. Please, Matthias.
Well, two very big questions here. First of all, let's go to the global North and South, and because I think I am not suggesting, and I don't think anybody is suggesting to make education the same. This is, I mean, you could say in a way this is already happening, and it's not happening in a good way, where we see sort of a massive import of education policies and education practices, and a massive pressure of countries to adopt uniform frameworks. And we have organizations like the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, and others, quite often approaching education as if it were the same, that we could have like an international framework to measure student achievement that goes across, I don't know how many countries, that we have education content, practices, curricula, resources produced quite often in the United States of America or other places, imposed on countries anywhere in the world. We have huge corporations sort of quite often replacing what is left of public education in some African countries, for instance. So there is this huge pressure on uniformity already. What I'm saying is we don't need more of this. We actually need diversity and locally and culturally appropriate approaches. But where the boundaries between global north and south are disappearing is in the shared experience of children, families, communities, educators. That's why I showed you the priority list drawn up by early childhood educators from sub-Saharan African countries. And it's also this experience that we sort of use to differentiate between North and South experience in a way. We said there is sort of a specific focus on critical issues necessary in countries in the global South, or so-called developing countries, as some still want to refer to them. But when we look at these experiences that children are going through, and especially children from marginalized communities, we see marginalization, we see exclusion, we see forced migration, we see malnutrition, and we see this in the most affluent countries. When I started working in this field, quite often experts from global South countries raised the issue of stunting, of stunted children in their context because of poverty and all sorts of implications. Stunting is now a major crisis in the United Kingdom, for instance, one of the richest countries in this world. So that's where the boundaries are beginning to blur. The experiences that children and families and communities are making, they are real and local, but some of the challenges are the same all over the world, and we need to urgently learn to address this together. And I suppose, again, I said there's this need for new global conversations, because no longer can we assume that, for instance, countries in the global north have the solutions that we can then sort of export to countries in the global south. That's gone. On the contrary, we see countries in the global south now developing very effective integrated early childhood development, education and care policies and strategies and practices that I believe the European Union, for instance, urgently needs to learn from.
Okay, we have the next question. Some parents say that it is difficult to teach young children at home, and some prioritize the learning of older children over preschoolers. What are some of the simple parenting strategies to cope with the learning needs of different age children in family?
Oh dear. I suppose one of the most important strategies actually to look after yourself as a parent and a family.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure that you're well and safe, and don't stretch yourself to the limits, and don't believe for a moment that you have to do everything. Make sure that you are okay, and make sure that your children are okay. This is so much more important than trying to tick boxes in a learning program. Children will learn, children will develop, but most important, it is for them to be well, and for you as parents and as families and communities to be well.
Okay, next question. What advice would you give to early childhood education? Okay, wait. Next question is, what advice would you give to early childhood education facilitator on how to support remote learning despite challenges such as illiterate parents or parents without smartphones?
Well, I mean, here we go again, digital inequality, and here we go in terms of even if everybody had a smartphone or internet access, it is quite a challenge to deliver meaningful relational experiences through a screen. And again, I think I have to go back to the answer to the previous question. First of all, make sure that the people that you connect with are well, that you are well yourself, and that the people you connect with are well. Don't add to the pressure. People are under enough pressure already. Don't make people feel bad or guilty or insufficient because they don't do this or that or the other. And start from there. And then in your expertise as a facilitator or as a trainer or as whatever your role is, start from this assumption that once people are safe and well and not under undue pressure, they will relate to and with their children, and that will be a good start for children.
Okay.
We also have the next question. There are so many questions come from the participant for you, Professor Matthias Urbans. And next question is, what kind of primary interventions should we do to anticipate pandemic effect on family, particularly effect related to children?
Well, I suppose what we're learning is that early childhood services are so much more than just sort of providing an education program. What many countries have learned now is that it is an essential service that provides so much more for children, for families, and for the entire country, the entire society. So we need to keep that in mind when we look forward to how to make systems resilient. We have to stop thinking, and I know that some countries are much further developed there already. We have to stop thinking that there's a difference between providing early childhood development services in terms of health, nutrition, hygiene, and that these are different from educational service when it comes to early learning and preparing children for their educational journey through the education system. We have to think integrated. We have to think early childhood systems that provide a number of supports for children, for families and communities and children. And we have to bring that together. Integrated approaches, integrated settings, integrated policies. And that requires not only for us as educators to work together with professionals from other sectors, but it requires urgently for countries to introduce these integrated policy frameworks, to resource that, and to stop sort of a competition between different government departments that take different bits of responsibility for aspects of childhood. And I think that's what we're learning at the moment, and we can see that countries that are already doing this, countries like Uruguay in South America, are faring so much better than countries like my own, for instance.
Okay, thank you. Good answer. Next, we still have the next question. The main problem in Indonesia is there are 1,000 homeless children and kids from poor family could not get a good education, and it's getting worse in pandemic era. Yep. So we need a quick solution to this urgent problem. Maybe they ask about what is your suggestion about this problem? The question, what is your suggestion for this problem?
Yeah.
Well, that's what this tells us, and it's actually I'm ashamed to say that homelessness and homeless children is a huge issue in our country as well. It's an absolute scandal. So it is, again, it is an issue that is not sort of confined to countries in a particular region of the world. But what it tells us is, and I think going back to this question of integrated systems and shared responsibility, early childhood education and care and development programs have a huge potential to provide support for children and families, for disadvantaged and marginalized children and families, but they are not a panacea. When the core problem is poverty and exclusion, you have to address poverty and exclusion. And you can only go so far in doing this through an early childhood program. There are bigger other issues at stake in society. And we as early childhood educators, while we are delivering the best possible support for children and families and communities that we work with, we have to constantly argue and push as a community in the wider political context to say that the issues that we're seeing in our interaction with children and families are wider political issues. They're issues of inequality, of poverty, of exclusion, of unequal distribution of resources, unequal access to services. And that cannot be solved by early childhood on its own.
It's very
Okay, thank
interesting.
you. Oh yes, okay, Ms. Iche, you still have question? Please feel
free
to
a little bit,
Matthias.
Sharing with Matthias Urban. Yeah, what you happen in Ireland and also in other country and also occur in Indonesia as well. So we find that early childhood education, particularly in pandemic era, threatening what I call a threatening for the quality and to support children development. Yet we found that also children lack of play, a lack of play and learning with teachers. But we have the solution. Here, some teachers in Indonesia in early childhood education, they share such kind of videos online and to the parents. And then they ask parents to stimulate children to play and engage activities for creativity. But yes, from 3 days ago, I have interviewed teachers in remote areas, but they say also difficult, situation for them to share, the materials for children to engage activities, creativity, to stimulate the cognitive and physical education, something like that, because they don't have internet access on the data. It's very, it's very hard for them to have the internet data. So, and Matthias, is there any support from the government in Ireland, for the remote area children about to facilitate internet access or other material? Maybe they can share, a text material to parents to engage with children, like guideline or something like that.
Well, I suppose that's really where we get to this question of, is there a system in place to actually provide the support? And once you have a universal and public early childhood system, this becomes much easier than when you have a disjointed, fragmented system where you have all sorts of different providers and delivering different programs and not actually coordinating. One of the most interesting solutions or attempts at sort of providing continuous support I've actually seen in Colombia, and I mentioned Colombia and South America before because it is a country that has a very well-developed, integrated early childhood policy framework at national, at regional, and at local level. And as part of that, they actually have a lot of information about communities and children and families, so they know where they are, for instance. So one thing that was possible in such a system is that when the preschools had to close, that they could move their supports to visiting programs where educators actually got to the families and delivered not only food and nutrition support, but also learning resources, learning materials. But in order to do that, you need to sort of be able to switch your way of delivery in a system. If you don't have a system, that's almost impossible. Many early childhood services here in this country have tried to do the same, have become very creative, have tried to maintain connection with their families one way or the other through online or through sending stuff out in the post or just being there. So again, there is no one solution for this, but there are many solutions based on your local expertise and your knowledge and the capacities and the capabilities of educators, of families, and the support systems around them. But there is crucially a government responsibility to support you and the educators and the teachers and the childcare workers to actually do this. Because otherwise you're left to your own devices and the system collapses around you.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
Okay, the next question is, what is the main challenge in remote area in improving the awareness of early intervention for childhood, particularly in a pandemic era?
Well, I think you already mentioned it in your question. The challenge is access and quality and equity. Quite often, when we look at where early childhood services are, they're not there where they're needed. They are quite often there where more affluent urban populations live, and we can see this in many countries. And the more we rely on disjointed and quite often private for-profit provision, we get these inequities. We get better services for the more well-off communities. We get poor services for poor communities, and these communities are quite often in remote areas or in rural areas. Again, the only way, I believe, to address this is to take early childhood development seriously as a public responsibility, to bring it high up on a government's list of responsibilities. Because if we leave this to the market to provide us, we're going to exacerbate the situation. The pandemic is going to increase inequalities rather than us being able to address inequalities.
Okay, thank you. Then maybe this one, the another question. Is there any chance to retransform an equity of technology in developing country to improve faster in this pandemic time?
Well,
it's a lot of question for you now. Because that's a very interesting topic to discuss.
Maybe they think this is interesting topic, so you have so many questions from participants.
Well, it's I think it's a really important discussion that we're having here. And I suppose my immediate thought would be that this really is something that brings us to this question of how do the global and local levels connect. If we have inequity, as you say, and we do, in terms of access to technology, internet access, coverage, but also sort of basic infrastructure quite often, then if this question of how to address this, how to provide more equal and fair access to infrastructure, services, technology, sometimes very basic things like running water and others. If we leave this within the boundaries of one country, we're not going to sort of address the the inequality at a global level between countries. And what we see at the moment, and I'm talking at the global level at the moment, is we see an embarrassing level of an embarrassing lack of global solidarity, of global coordination, of joint up thinking when it comes to responding to the pandemic. A lot of countries haven't just physically closed their borders so people can't travel for good reasons, but they've also sort of closed the borders around their heads. They're thinking about our country only, and this really is an issue that is so much bigger than early childhood services, but we are right in the center of this discussion. That we need strong global institutions, we need strong global coordination, and we need global solidarity, because if there's an increasing inequality between countries in the global north and south, for instance, the crises that will emerge from this and that are already emerging from this won't stay confined to countries in the global south. They will develop into global crises. And we see this in terms of pandemics. We see this in terms of migration crisis. We see this in terms of global conflict. So the answer to this question of, or one answer to this question of equality and inequality is really a question, a very serious question about solidarity and coordination at global level. And we're not doing well at the moment.
So how far is the pandemic crisis in Ireland? Matthias? A little bit general question. We would like to know about how is the situation, a pandemic affects the people in Ireland?
Well, it's a strange question because, well, what happened here was that earlier this year, when the infection rates went up, well, there was a bit of denial. People didn't really want to believe this is happening. Then the country went into lockdown. So for quite some time, everything was closed. Schools, universities, services, shops, except for very essential sort of provision. There was a huge concern that the health system would be overwhelmed, because the health system here is, compared to other affluent countries, quite weak in terms of capacity. So there was this real concern, are we going to cope with this? And then lockdown and the measures seemed to work. So infection rates went down over summer, and everybody was quite relieved. And so we started opening schools. We opened early childhood services in late summer, and we're now seeing infection rates rising dramatically at the moment. So it is not looking good, and the government is well, introducing all sorts of restrictions at the moment, and it's kind of it's a strange one, because I suppose people had like several months of where they stayed in isolation, they stayed in their homes, and people are just so tired of it. And you can see people are tired with having to constantly socially distance themselves. People are gathering outside in parks or whatever, spreading the event and spreading the virus. And we are, I think, in a very critical position at the moment, because in this hemisphere we're coming into winter, so it's getting cold, it's getting dark, and infection rates are rising exponentially at the moment.
Yeah, so sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Professor T.S. Urbans. This really interesting information that you share with us and give us the new insight about this early childhood education topic. And before we close this one, and all, I want to give you chance to say something to the participant and also from the before I close. So I give you time to say something for the participant. Yes, maybe the last word.
His closing statement.
Yeah. Yeah, because you give his.
Can I just say, just again, just to say thank you for inviting me to speak to you. It was absolutely interesting, fascinating to hear your questions and to engage with that. I think we need more of that, and we probably need more discursive formats as well, because I've been talking a lot. I would love to hear more from you about your experiences and to get into an exchange. But generally, I think really just to reiterate, what you're doing is so important, because you're enabling, you're providing a forum for addressing these crucial questions, not just in your local area, local teachers, but opening this up into a global discussion. And we need this global discussion, because the only way forward is if we learn together with each other.
Thank you very much. We're happy to have you with us here. And thank you. I also want to thank the participant, and thanks for a lovely question for our second keynote speaker. And I will give it to Miss Ria. Miss Ria, are you there? Are you there?
Thank you, Matthias.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe you will have your breakfast.
Yes.
Yeah, Miss Tia, please, the time is yours.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Matthias Urban, PhD, and Mrs. May Srilena, MPD. Now we are continuing to hear the third keynote speakers by Professor Dr. Norazah Muhammad Nordin for today, and will be hosted by our moderator, Grahita Kusumastuti, MPD. For Mrs. Grahita Kusumastuti, MPD, the time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Ria, for giving time for me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now we come to the third plenary session with keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Norazah Muhammad Nordin. But our keynote speaker is not here for now, so please be wait for Professor Dr. Norazah Muhammad Nordin at 3:30 p.m. Thank you.
Videonya bisa diputar apa?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Professor Ganefri PhD, Director of Universitas Negeri Padang. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Padang.
Universitas Negeri Padang merupakan perguruan tinggi negeri terakreditasi unggul di Indonesia, memiliki 8 fakultas dan 1 program pasca sarjana dengan 42 program studi terakreditasi A.
Hi, my name is Farhan and I'm Hifzi Liman and we are students from Republic Polytechnic in Singapore.
Kami akan membawa ilmu dari Universitas Negeri Padang ini ke Papua untuk membangun Papua lebih baik.
Hello everyone, nama saya Maria Adeline Doroin. I'm from Capiz State University, Philippines. It's worth to remember and worth to share to the world.
Mabuhay UNP! Selain akreditasi dan juga fasilitas yang memadai, Universitas Negeri Padang juga mempersiapkan mahasiswanya untuk dapat bersaing di dunia pekerjaan termasuk di dunia internasional.
Universitas Negeri Padang memiliki fasilitas dan infrastruktur yang lengkap seperti laboratorium dan peralatan praktik yang canggih, perpustakaan pusat dan ruang baca yang tersebar di seluruh fakultas dan program studi, pusat bisnis, fasilitas olahraga, auditorium, masjid, klinik, asrama mahasiswa internasional, serta dukungan jaringan internet dengan kapasitas 2,5 GB per detik. Universitas Negeri Padang juga memiliki UNP Hotel and Convention standar hotel bintang 3. Capaian dan prestasi terbaik Universitas Negeri Padang dalam 4 tahun terakhir adalah terbaik 1 PTN kategori BLU dalam program Kegiatan dan Anggaran tahun 2018. Penghargaan dari Menristek Dikti sebagai penyelenggara kontes mobil hemat listrik terbaik tahun 2018. Penghargaan sebagai PTN pengelola aset terbaik di Indonesia. Universitas Negeri Padang juga berhasil menjadi juara 1 PTN Satker dan BLU yang berhasil melaksanakan SPMI dan pembudayaan mutu tingkat nasional. Capaian berikutnya adalah UNP dinobatkan sebagai perguruan tinggi terbaik 2 nasional dalam pelayanan informasi melalui website dan penghargaan sebagai perguruan tinggi informatif di Indonesia. Mahasiswa Universitas Negeri Padang berprestasi dan berkontribusi dalam berbagai bidang seperti akademik, olahraga, seni dan budaya, baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. mewujudkan visi sebagai universitas unggul dan bermartabat di Asia tahun 2024, UNP kini fokus meningkatkan kualitas program studi untuk terakreditasi unggul di BAN PT, serta mendapat sertifikat dan akreditasi internasional. Tahun 2019, 4 program studi berhasil mendapatkan sertifikat ICE-UNP dan 4 prodi akan divisitasi tahun 2020. Saat ini, 12 program studi sedang dipersiapkan untuk akreditasi internasional ASIN. Universitas Negeri Padang juga menyelenggarakan 15 kelas internasional dan 1 program dual degree.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker has been here. Let us start our third plenary session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Nuraza Muhammad Nordin. Good afternoon, Prof. Hello, Prof. Nuraza.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Prof. How are you?
That's fine, thank you. How are you all? Very happy to be here.
Welcome to the Faculty of Education, Prof.
Thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure meeting you and also being your moderator today.
Thank you.
Prof. Nuraza, let me introduce you to the participant before you start your presentation.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Nurhaza Nordin is a professor in ICT in Education and the Dean of the Faculty of Education, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Her research area include massive online open course, mobile learning, ICT in lifelong learning, and instructional design in online learning and futuristic learning. Her current projects are the development of MOOCs, learning design in the 4th Industrial Revolution, the 4IR cross-creative learning innovation for autism and learning space. She is an active member in the ASEAN-Europe meeting, Lifelong Learning Hub, one of the Malaysian representative for Research Network 1, and the culture of e-learning in lifelong learning. Presently, she is an editorial board member of the Internet and Higher Education, an Elsevier journal in Q1 in the Web of Science. There was some interesting information about Professor Nuraza, and now it is time to Prof. Nuraza to deliver the presentation. Prof. Nuraza, you have 60 minutes to deliver your presentation, and we will have a 30 minutes for question and answer session. And for participants who want to ask more about Prof. Nuraza presentation, you can write down your question in Indonesian language or in English to the chat room. Now, without any further ado, please welcome Professor Dr. Nuraza Muhammad Nordin.
Okay, I'm sharing my presentation now.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay, so Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm very delighted to be here and very blessed to be with University Negeri Padang again this year. I'm very pleased to share my insight entitled Transitioning Teaching and Learning in Higher Education during the pandemic. In the past few months, educational institutions, especially higher education systems, have shown their capacity to quickly adapt to learning challenges in the midst of a health crisis. Although the shift towards online learning was made at short notice, it has accelerated new forms of pedagogy and digital initiative from the government in the form of a new e-learning tool. And educators and families have embraced technology to foster learning and productivity while staying safe at home. While staying safe at home during the pandemic. However, questions still remain how to meet higher education learning gaps during the COVID-19 crisis and how to apply this momentarily solution to improve resilience in higher education in the years ahead. So I think that's the reason why we are here together in the virtual world during this seminar to discuss about the COVID-19 pandemic impact to the higher education, teaching and learning. The worsening COVID-19 situation has led to the closure of schools and universities around the world, impacting millions of students. The dramatic spread of COVID-19 has disrupted lives, livelihood, communities, businesses worldwide. Look, our lecture hall are all empty. I'm sure in UNP and other part of the world also facing the same scenario when it first started in Malaysia. The first lockdown, the national lockdown was in March 2020. So this is the situation that's happening in Malaysia, especially. And I'm sharing, look, campus was closed, students were sent back home. So this is actually our Dewan Tengku Chancellor, a very big Dewan. I think Prof. Ganafri knows this data, such a big data, and all the students will gather here of 1 or 2 meters, this social distancing to wait for the turn for them to be brought home, to be sent home. So there are many zones. They have green zone, yellow zone, red zone, and so on. So they have to be sent back. And what's emerging? COVID-19 has really changed the student and how students are educated around the world. Those changes give us a glimpse of how education has changes and should be changed for the better and the worse in the long term. With the coronavirus spreading rapidly across Asia, Europe, the Middle East, the United States, countries have taken swift and decisive action to mitigate the development of a full-blown pandemic. A plan to enhance university online delivery to guarantee the need of the actually 2 semesters. We start with the 2 semesters because at that time we didn't know how many more semesters to go with this life. So let us see what's happening. What's happening around the world. Look, UK universities switching to online lectures and exams. So here, medical schools to pause teaching and clinical exams to reduce pressures on this pandemic. So this is the coronavirus outbreak. And also look at what happened at Imperial College London. Medical students take final examination online for the first time despite student concern. So Imperial College London believe the assessment of 280 students is a world first. Look at Oxford and Cambridge. Oxford and Cambridge universities are to replace the summer exam with online assessment due to the coronavirus pandemic, and calls by thousands of UK students to be allowed to opt out of during their finals and or restart their final exam. So this is what's happening in the UK. And I would also like to quote Prof. Martin William, Pro Vice Chancellor for Education, Oxford University. There will be no conventional exams next term. So next term means this term, just finished, the term just finished. The university was expected to include open book examinations taken remotely and submitted online. So open book examination is one of the way for the evaluation purposes. And also Harvard with the online examination, open book assessment, and faith in students as classes move online. Also digital, so now we go to Monash, digital exam to help Monash University. By the end of 2020, 80% of all exams issued by the university will be e-assessment. So just now look at Canada, Concordia University moving assessment and final exam online. So here universities all over the world all are shifting to online examination, online teaching. And I would also like to quote data from a very, very decent research from my literature review by the International Labour Organization 2020. There are so many organizations there gathered in doing this research. The research on youth and COVID-19 impacts on jobs, education, rights, and mental well-being. So here, actually, this is very interesting. I would like to share the report finding from the global survey on youth and COVID-19 conducted by partners of the global initiative on decent jobs for youth between April and May this year, 2020. This was the time when the COVID-19 pandemic had rapidly translated into an economic crisis. So actually the research was aimed to capture the immediate effects of pandemic on the life of young people. So the sample here, age from 18 to 29 years old, with regards to employment, education, mental well-being, rights, and social activism. Over 12,000 responses were received from 112 countries, with a large proportion coming from educated youth and those with internet access. So the survey population was the representative of students and working youth with a tertiary education who together account for about quarter of youth in the country sample. So this very interesting, related to our institution. So this is, I extracted the result. The result, I focus only on education. According to this survey from the International Labour Organization 2020, the impact of the pandemic to be systematic, deep, and disproportionate. It has been particularly hard on young women, young youth, youth in lower income countries. Young people are concerned about their future and their place within it. So for those who are interested in the data, can always download the PDF for free. It is online, and it is very important for our baseline data to restructure, redesign our teaching and learning methodology, or redesign our curriculum so that it fits, it really relevant to our generation. Oops. Oops. Okay, this is what's happening in Malaysia. In Malaysia, there are about 1.3 million government and private students, 65,000 academics and thousands of support staff in approximately 500 higher education institutions. Despite online learning being part of Malaysia's education system, the COVID-19 crisis has shown that educators need something to step up. The worsening COVID-19 situation has led to the closure of schools, universities, and 4.9 million school students and 1.2 million students in higher education institutions across public and private universities, polytechnic, and community college were involved, and including 130,000 international students, some who returned home before the movement control order. So naturally, focus has turned into online as more than just a substitute to ensure that education continues. So Malaysia also facing the same situation, the same crisis in other part, same like other part of the world are facing. So if we see here, the word WebEx, the word Zoom, Google Meet is nothing new now. It becomes the new normal to us. Students are switching to online and reckoning for online learning in times of crisis. And despite, after all those what I've been discussing, there's a challenges here, a problem here, or issues, how to meet higher education learning gaps during the COVID-19 crisis. How to apply this momentary solution to improve resilience in higher education in years ahead. So I would like to share the digital 2020, some very interesting data that we can see, and from here we can design or redesign our teaching and learning method so that it is relevant or it is suitable to our students. So let's see. The latest data shows that the number of internet users and social media users around the world have both increased by more than 300 million over the past 12 months. Data analysis indicates that 4.57 billion people now use internet, an increase of more than 7% since the last year. And social media users are growing even faster, up by more than 8% since April 2019, reached 3.81 billion. So today, so this is compared to April 2019 and April 2020. So it shows here that internet users, since the online learning has become the prime method in delivering our teaching and learning material, and also the drastic usage of social media for teaching and learning really have the impact digital growth globally. So of course, when we see here, For the social media platform, Facebook is leading. Facebook 2.498 million there. And normal, this is a new normal in higher education. I think this is also happening all over the world, Malaysia, Indonesia, and other parts of the world. And online learning reaches many more students. Online learning become a promising pathway, allowing the greater scale where students can design a path that fits their lifestyle. So here, as a learning, I always assume, not really assume, in being an instructional designer, for me, educators are learning designer. So we design our teaching and learning according to the need of our students. So during this crisis, so online learning is the prime method of teaching. We really have to design so that it fits the need of our student. If it is not online, so maybe we can do it offline, and in find ways. We have to do some need analysis, like in my faculty in UKM, in university and other public universities in Malaysia. We did our need analysis to see the readiness of the students. Are they ready with the online? Are they ready with the gadget or the devices? And for those who are not ready, we try and see how the university can help, how the our partners, they can do the CSR, they can do the how strategic partnership with companies can help the students to make sure that the teaching and learning process continues. And what's the challenge? What's the challenge here? So, are we reaching the new normal student? Are we reaching the new normal student? Do we provide them with sufficient learning experience while using the online learning situation, learning process? Since we in the university, we also have challenges when during the pandemic, where all the courses were online, and the student had to go for their practicum, or they have to go for industrial practice. They have to go for ujian, for latihan amali, for practicum. They go to companies and all that. So that's the challenges that we have to face during the pandemic last semester, where we have to redesign the practical experience into continuous evaluation. We have to do a lot. We have to convert a lot of teaching and learning methods into so that it can be, the students' performance can be transformed into continuous evaluation because they do not have learning experience at the industry. So what about the students themselves? Are they satisfied with the online learning? When campuses are closed, students lose a crucial social outlet. Universities is actually not just about attending classes. They provide more than academic skills. Students involved in extracurricular activities. They pick up leadership skills. They learn how to interact socially through involvement in societies, in student clubs. Pick up the skills. There's also the aspect of internships to consider. Will they graduate without that invaluable experience? It is even more serious for final year medical student. A final semester student usually does an internship program in which they are placed in organization to get experience. So these are all the challenges that we educators have to think and how to face it together. And the digital divide, remote learning, whether synchronous or asynchronous limits the exposure to the types of close and personal human interaction that facilitate deep and meaningful conversation. They are the types of interactive discussion that happen face-to-face or in groups in the classroom, in the dining hall, in the dormitories, in the common areas, student unions, in public spaces, outside digital spaces. The digital divide also really make us feel that something has to be done, part of the challenges faces by us educators and also the students. I would like to share the experience from China. Since we know that Wuhan, this pandemic started in China, and here I would like to share the practice from China. China's blooming online education industry brings new opportunities, where China's Speedy Recovery Initiative stood up 3 websites to support online learning. From my reading, from the literature review, very interesting. Universities in China, they set up 3 support online learning. Keep teaching for the lecturers and teachers, keep learning for the students, keep working for the supporting staff. So this is a very interesting support system. All the tips, best practices, especially for 3 different groups, because for teaching, for lecturers and teachers, different tips from learning and from working as support staff. So this is what's happening in China. So very interesting. So in China on 7th February, because they started it earlier, the Ministry of Education presented a national plan for higher education institution that will provide 24,000 universities with thousands of courses from more than 20 online platforms free of charge, covering 12 different subject areas of graduate level and another 18 at postgraduate level. So this is China's national agenda, where China's Disrupted Classes and Disrupted Learning Initiative. Very catchy, a very catchy name of the project, Disrupted Classes, Undisrupted Learning Initiative. So something we can learn from. We can serve more about this material from the web, where this is a national agenda. They make full use of a platform for the students, for the teachers, for the support staff being three synergies, very strategic components, make a very synergize together really to make the project disrupted China's disrupted classes and disrupted learning initiative a successful one. Also, I would like to share online education during COVID-19, 10 perspective from educators in China. So the online transition may be overwhelming and unfamiliar, but it's crucial that education continues. So the long-term school closures and the sudden lack of teaching and learning will have a significant impact on society and education system for years. So we therefore must must do everything we can to prioritize education by utilizing the resources we have during this time. So these are the tips from Michael Epstein, Vice President of Education at Classin 2020, shares his experience on transitioning to online education in China over the COVID-19 pandemic. So the tip, something is always better than nothing. Means you, although how small you do things, maybe with your smartphone, just using WhatsApp to deliver material to your student is always very meaningful. During the for us Malaysia now we have closed lockdown again, and everybody is working from home. You have more tools than you think. So we have to be really very creative in finding tools, we have to explore a lot, be prepared for the long haul, plan for hearts, plan for mind. Means we do everything, with full commitment. With our plan for the mind means we really do it for our student, we really do it for the nation. So the continuously assess result, this is really as instructional designer, educators are instructional designer, where we do the analysis, we design our teaching and learning online, we develop it, we implement, and we have to evaluate. So we have to evaluate what we have done and always do the improvement of what we are doing. Do not neglect your network and hardware. So we have to make sure that networking, the digital part in our workplace and the hardware. Strengthen your IT. So for me, during this pandemic, is always an innovation for the educator. We will be more creative, more innovative to really make sure that what we want to deliver to our students really are received by them effectively. Train your lecturers. This is what I think all the universities has been doing. Put people at the core. So people first, because the students, the lecturers or the students, they are very important to us. They are our stakeholders, that we have to really take care of them, make sure they are prepared, they are ready with everything. And now let's go to Italy. Italy gradually returned to normal after pandemic. So this, like China, they really make full use of online with the national strategic plan. But Italy, refocusing attention on e-learning and the strategic importance of quality open access multimedia learning for the public higher education sector. Here, the University of Nepal's Federico MOOC platform. So MOOC, massive open online learning, provided by Coursera, by so many open learning and all that. And here, MOOCs have really helped Italy keep teaching during this pandemic, where this university really they have make full use, look back at what MOOC courses they have developed before. If prior to the COVID-19, they make it as blended learning, but now they really make full use of the MOOC courses that the academic have developed. So Italy have made full use of MOOC to really keep the teaching during the pandemic. This is a lesson from Italy. So we see China, we see Italy, and enhancing online learning. Advisors and coaches help students to be successful. So for online learning to continue to reach its potential, personalized support and guidance are essential. Many online students are stepping back into school after several years, and personalized resources and support to help them succeed. So from a strong faculty support network to student success coaches and career advisors, universities that provide high-touch services throughout students' educational journey see the best student outcomes. So if before, prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, our help desk is not very efficient, but now the online help desk need to be efficiently generated. That's one of the way to do it. I didn't put here, but what is being practiced by Athabasca University, Canada, an open university with just one building, but they have 30 to 40,000 students across the globe. That's how, you know, they have very efficient help desk to help the student in case they face problem in their online learning, and also help desk for the lecturers. So this is something like what China did just now. A website for the lecturers, website for the student, website for the support staff. The help desk is very important. And here I would like to share in Malaysia, our learning during the pandemic, our learning management system called UKM Folio has been used very extensively, where students do all the online learning using this LMS. I'm sure other universities are doing the same, and now is the time for us to really leverage on our platform. And also, just now we said that evaluation is very important. So this is we did something. I think we also did the same thing. This is all the platform for the lecturers. We have many. We have so much database to be shared, how to evaluate students online. So this is penilaian and pentaksiran, evaluation for the lecturers, tips or guidance for the lecturers, how to do the diagnostic test prior to the course, how to do the formative evaluation during teaching, during the course, and how to do the summative evaluation after the course. And transitioning teaching and learning in higher education. So we shift from event to series, we build positive digital experience, bring it all together, where we have workshops, just to make sure that the learning experience become very meaningful, where in the typical class, all students will be taught the same. They listen to the same lecture, to the same activities in class, and complete the same homework assignment. At the end of the semester, all students will sit on the same exam and will be evaluated based on the same rubric. So we do it together. And also challenges in infrastructure. I'm sure other institutions also have infrastructural problem. We in UKM, in Malaysia especially, also have infrastructure problem, where we really have to redesign everything after when the pandemic occurred. So we also have challenges in examination, where there are lack of awareness in online examination, resistant to change to online evaluation, online examination, where the educators, the lecturers, the teachers, they still want to do it face-to-face. They don't really trust using online. And also the challenges in the security concerns, communication gap with the students. So, challenges where the students, we cannot reach out the student to get to send instruction, just not infrastructure. These are the evaluation challenges when we do the online examination. So the COVID-19 pandemic has changed education forever. And higher education institution should seize the opportunity to transform pedagogy to meet the needs of the next generation of students who are accustomed to technology-enabled pedagogy culture. So the paradigm shift, we really have to do it. Digital education is one of the ways forward. We have educators have to keep up with the latest technology, make sure that we are relevant to our generation. So the culture should be institutionalized, should be top down, so that it responds to the demands of the digital era. Because if it is not now, when, and online learning allows universities to meet new normal students where they are, both academically and personally. So we have to change. If not now, when? If not you, who? So together we excel. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Prof. Noraza. It is an interesting how the other countries' perspective to face the pandemic era in terms of education. And it is, based on your presentation, we have got more than 3 questions, even more than 5 questions for you, because it's very interesting for us. The first question is, especially in UKM, in this new normal situation, how lecturer or teacher explain the learning material that need experiment in laboratory, or material that full of formula like mathematics and physics? You can answer before I go to the next question.
Oh, very interesting question. For online, so we do a lot of simulation. We do a lot of simulation. We keep on organizing workshops, exposing the lecturers with many apps, and in UKM they call it Center for Teaching. So here is really like it's really the center to be creative. So we do have people to help. And for medical, we have a lot of simulation apps. And also now, although during lockdown, how we reorganize our courses, we do it blended, not really fully online, since UKM is not an open university. So we pick and choose the courses which need to be blended, where some of the courses, there are many ways. First, we use the simulation software. Second, we do have courses like we do the need analysis, how we redesign our courses. We do need analysis, what courses are to be blended, what can be done online. So like for engineering, those for hands-on, the students need to go to the lab. They come only during the lab. And those who are not, they will be studying from distance. Yeah. So, but we do have help desk. Well, we do have from different faculty. We have different area of specialization. We have Educator 4.0 task force, where they can cater to the area needed. So some of them specialize in social science, some of them specialize in science and technology and medical. So there are very effective help desk, support system, peer group among the lecturers. Yeah. So
yes, you can continue, ma'am.
Yes. So that's that's what UKM is doing. But our learning management system, we do it. We leverage on it. We expose many platforms. We enhance many webinars on teaching and learning tools, sharing best practices. So almost every week there will be workshops organized by faculty or by teaching center and conducted by our own lecturer. And last week, we just launched our online learning spaces with Apple. So here, the strategic partnership with company is very important. And also, I didn't share just now, we do have a strategic partnership with Maxis, where we have our memorandum of understanding with Maxis, one of our giant internet provider, on a program called Cikgu UKM on e-class. The big project is e-class, but the project for UKM we call Cikgu. In Malaysia, Cikgu means teacher. I'm the leader for that project. So we have a database for teaching and learning materials. Those teachers, they'll be using iPad. They develop learning objects for the usage, for the use of students and teachers all over Malaysia. So strategic partnership is very important because we cannot do this alone. We have to collaborate.
Okay, ma'am. So I guess there are so many simulation software in UKM, right?
Yeah.
And it is very interesting if we can share your software to Indonesia.
Sure.
And a modification or a development the same simulation from UKM.
Yeah, I would like to, because we have MOU with University Negeri Padang. So we can have team teaching, we can have co-lecture, we can have dual degree, we can have student exchange. So many ways we can collaborate, which I'm sure your dean, we can figure out something very impactful between two faculties and between two universities, which I'm sure Bapak Prof. Ganefri will be very happy to work closely with his alma mater.
Inshallah, I mean, I hope that can be true, ma'am, for the collaboration between two universities. Okay, ma'am, we will next to the next question. The second question is talking about online learning. Of course, cost, money for data package and smartphone facilities. What do you think about children who come from poor families? Of course, they will have difficulties. What is the solution for this problem?
Okay, thank you. A very popular question. Very popular question for higher education, because I go from level to level. Yeah, for higher education, UKM experience. We do have companies that that do the CSR, the community service. They provide the internet access to the students. We identify, that's why need analysis is very important, because not everybody in need for this. We have to really identify the needy. We bring them to the campus, and those who do not need, they don't come to campus, they stay at home. And we do also for the rural, for really remote area, we do the posting. The lecturer will print out. That's why first, I use the ADDIE model: analyze, design, develop, implement, evaluate. First, you have to analyze. You identify your students, who they are, their social economic status, what they need, what type of smartphone they have, what type of telephone they have. Okay, that one is very important. For all you know, not everybody need it. You try to survey how many of them have a handphone, how many don't. Okay, so you might have a surprise figure. After that, you design. For those really from rural, we do have in Malaysia. Really from, especially from Sabah and Sarawak, they we have to reach out via, you have to sampan, ya, kayu sampan ke sana and all that. We printed out the teaching material and we post it. Okay, then they post it back to us. Okay, that's one. That's really from rural. Others, some they cannot get online. The internet access is not very good. They cannot do the synchronous, but they can do the asynchronous. So those who cannot do the synchronous, we make sure everything we record, and we do the bit by bit to them. That's why teaching and learning using the bite method is very useful. We have to do it in chunking. If usually we do lecture 2 hours or 3 hours, we don't do that during for online. For online learning, maybe if our 1 hour or 2 hour lecture, we divide that into 4 or 5 chunks. Okay, maybe 20 minutes, enough. That's one file we send. Then 20 more minutes, one file. Maybe one small subtopic, one file. So it will be in chunks. In small scale. That is very important, because we human being, of course, we cannot digest so many things. Looking at the screen for how many hours is really tiring, very exhausting. So we do it in chunks. Chunking method is very efficient. One of the ways to do it. So here in really remote area, we post, we print, we post it. So in not very remote area where they can do it asynchronous. Asynchronous means tidak segera, ataupun kita tidak, we don't do it. We don't do it live. Okay, they call it asynchronous. So that's how we reach out. We do sometimes, we know a lot of students using WhatsApp. So we snap the material using WhatsApp. We also using SMS. We use Telegram, many ways. And also presentation, they use the microphone, recording in the WhatsApp to do their, if they cannot present using our learning management system, the lecturer have to identify which student that they have to present using recording, voice recording using WhatsApp or Telegram. That's the reason. As I mentioned earlier, an educator, they are learning designer, they are teaching designer. They have to know their students, because one size cannot fit all. Okay, one size cannot fit all. So one student, maybe you have 40 or 100 students, we cannot treat them the same. Okay, so remember, educators, you all are learning designer. You have to analyze your student. You have to, you have to analyze your student. You have to, then after analyzing, you have to develop. No, after analyzing, you have to design it accordingly. You have to develop, then you implement, then you evaluate. Let's say, oh, this is still not sufficient, it's not effective. You redesign it. You know, you maybe there are something that you have to edit. So go to the second round. So that's why learning designer, they do iteration in teaching and learning process.
Thank you, ma'am. So the modification in learning is needed, right?
Yes.
Make the modification in the length of the time or the strategic, so all the needs of student can be solved, something like that. Okay, ma'am. For the third question, it is related about curriculum and also about the transition of education. When we talk about education or transition education, it will relate it with the curriculum. When we are in the pandemic era, we learning with an curriculum, but maybe it is not maximum. What should we do in the next year? Repeat the curriculum or continue the new curriculum?
Okay, as educator, we are in university, for example, in university, in higher education, we do our evaluation of our program. If in Malaysia, I don't know about in Indonesia or other part of the world, but in Malaysia, we do our course or our program evaluation every 3 to 5 years. So very important that we look back. This is a very suitable time for us to relook at the program that we are offering, and really we dissect, we do the post-mortem about everything. We go back, take one program, let's say for example, we take curriculum and pedagogy, okay? In UKM, there is a program for masters called curriculum and pedagogy. So curriculum and pedagogy, students are exposed, will be given knowledge on how to develop our curriculum, how to match the pedagogy with what we are doing and all that. So maybe prior to the pandemic, we don't do so much. We do have online learning pedagogy, using that pedagogy in the content. However, after the pandemic, research or the literature review has shown that online learning is one of the way forward. So it shows that there will be more material on online learning has to be included in the program, in the content. And futuristic learning, artificial intelligence, big data, about augmented reality. If before this, we don't have that content in that material in the content, but now those are very important to be included. And development of MOOCs, massive online open courses, have to be included. And the lecturers who are teaching curriculum and pedagogy, they have to be exposed to this. And what the institution, what the faculty has to do, they have to send this lecturer for professional development. The student have to keep on reskilling, upskilling, each individual to keep on being relevant to the present situation and the way forward. So if we don't do this urgently, we will be left behind. We won't be relevant anymore to our students, and we won't even be respected by the Y generation, because Z generation, all they go for all this, for the futuristic learning. They are expecting so much that the institution have to give them something beyond expectation. So this is quite a challenging aspect for us educators in higher education, in higher institution, to really look very seriously in it. So we have to look back, take back our program, make sure we open, we get together with the experts in that area, look at maybe we don't change the content, we change the delivery method. We change the delivery method in our cost synopsis. In our cost pro forma. In Malaysia, we call it cost pro forma. So we have to look back. First, the curriculum. Second, we look what the content, and in very micro level, we look at the cost pro forma, whether it is relevant now. And online learning has to be in thing for this to really face the crisis. So that's the challenges. Take back our curriculum, look. And at the macro level also, I would like to add, maybe some of the program that we offer are not relevant anymore. That's the reason why we have to invite our stakeholders for kajian pasaran, for our market survey. Call them. What actually you need from our graduates? What skills needed for our graduate, so that there will be no mismatch what the university is giving and what the stakeholder needs, so that the employability, this will go into employability rate. So the employability rate will be improved, because it is matching what the institution is giving and what the stakeholder or the company needs, or the institution, the company needs from us. So if I could summarize, first, do the market survey. Ask our stakeholder what they need from us, and ask for their suggestion. That really help us in redesigning our curriculum. And we can also call the alumni, those who have graduated from our institution. Ask for their experience from our institution, how they feel, what's their suggestion to improve the curriculum. You call the lecturers, you call the stakeholders, you call the parents, so that all our data is solid for us to redesign, because it takes time to redesign. So it takes time, but it's worth doing it. We cannot do it. It won't be finished overnight. Maybe it take maybe 1 year to finish it, until it is being approved. If in Malaysia, we from other faculty to the Senate, then we send to the Ministry of Higher Education. After that, we go to Malaysian Quality Assurance before it can be implemented. So I suppose there will also be a similar system in other part of the world. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. So we need to collaborate with our stakeholders, and that's an important one, to make the stakeholders with the Y generation, right, ma'am? And in related with the stakeholder that we need to ask for collaboration, there is a question about, does UKM has an internship program, ma'am?
Internship?
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, and what kind of alternative method that UKM do to change the internship program in the pandemic era?
Okay, very good question again. So it was quite a challenge for us to redesign our internship program. So I would like to share about education. Faculty of Education. Usually during the pandemic, mid-March or third week of March, national lockdown. So especially, we really face difficulty difficulties because one batch of our students were in school. They are involved in their internship in school. It's supposed to be 16 weeks, but they had time only finish 5 weeks, only like, warming up in the school. We have actually 2 internships. So we have to sit down, many workshops. We have to match the course objective and also the learning objective to really substitute with the continuous evaluation, where I share experience for our Faculty of Education practical training. We did we divided into many tasks. Okay, so we practice the chunking method just now. We divided into many tasks, and we have scale, percentage for each task. The first task was they have to come up with a video for them, and they pick the teaching and learning method that they have to present. They have to produce a teaching and learning method step by step, so that the supervisor could understand, and they have to videotape their teaching and learning. So maybe they teach, they talk to themselves, or they happen to be talking to their peers as mock, like micro teaching. They may, so they have to declare what type of teaching, what method they are using. Some of them, maybe they use problem-based learning, they use blended, they use flipped learning, and all that. If they use flipped learning, they really show us step by step what are teaching and learning material that they have uploaded prior to the teaching and learning process. Give us, show us all the website or learning object that they have uploaded. And after that, what's happening in the classroom during the student and classroom engagement, student, teacher, student, lecturer engagement, and what's the evaluation, how the evaluation taken place, and all that. So those have to be in one pack. And another one that they have to shadow a teacher or shadow a lecturer, and describe why they choose the person to be shadowed, why and what they learn, what's the best practices, and they have to describe it. And they have to also pick, they have to do literature review. They have to, let's say, for special education, maybe they learn about, teaching the blinds, cacat penglihatan. So they have to pick a topic, or they discuss with their supervisors a topic, and they have to do literature review on teaching and learning the blind students. And they have many, I think about 5 or 6 tasks that, later, if you're interested, we can share, that is equivalent to the 16 weeks that we really, each of the tasks, We measure the SLT, the student learning time, so that it is equivalent, so that the student deserve the credit hours that is for the practical or for the internship. It is quite tedious, many workshops involved, many arguments, but constructive ones, so many suggestions, but at the end of the day, we have to decide on one model. So that's experience from the experience from our faculty.
Interesting, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. The last question is about assessment. You saw us about the assessment in online or offline, and do you think that this online assessment for measure the outcome of learning is more accurate to do? Because data in online may be easier to manipulate.
Okay. If it is, there are many types of online. It is not only objective or multiple choice questions. They are like open book examination, where open book examination, the lecturer or the teachers have to be trained how to conduct an open book examination. Open book examination is the questions need to be open-ended. It needs to be evaluating higher order thinking. We have to see the Bloom taxonomy. It's one of the highest Bloom taxonomy. So, if you have international student, it also affects the duration given, so that, the student, whether they are, if you have international student in Indonesia, where only 1 or 2 hours different, not much different. If you have international student from UK, you have from India, or you have from United States, the worst. So you have to give ample time. That's why need analysis is very important. You have to look at your students, whether you have international student. That is how you want to design your for example, your open book examination. Design who are your students, where are they located, how can they be accessed. So you can have presentation, you can have they can email their not all online. You can do it blended. You can do it blended. You don't do it 100% online. You do combination. That's why various type of evaluation is very important, so that you can triangulate, so that it is not wholly from one method. So this is very, very, very important. And there are many tools actually to avoid to avoid cheating in the examination. I didn't share just now. There are softwares that has to be invested by the institution. The software that can detect the student. The software can, once you log in using your account, there will, they can detect whether the software, whether there will be anybody next to you, or the software doesn't allow you to go to other sites to find answers from other websites and so on. So there are actually softwares to be invested in order to make sure that less percentage of cheating being done by the student or happen in our institution. So there are open book online, there are open book examination. You can do it via email for the project paper. They have online quizzes, many types. Open book just now. So there are many types of examination or online evaluation, and continuous evaluation is also very effective, where you do formative evaluation and summative evaluation. So formative, you do it continuously. You can do it via, pop quiz. If it is undergraduate, you can do forum, you can do online, so many ways. Then you can do project paper, and so on. Yeah, but the institution is responsible. But for me, my faculty, we are the responsibility of the faculty to train the lecturers, dosen-dosennya, to train the lecturers how to conduct online examination, so that it will be done correctly and effectively. Of course, there's no 100% non-cheating. Even in face-to-face also, sometimes we do have cheating cases in examination hall, where sometimes students are caught bringing notes. They write notes. There are all sorts of cheating method that they do. So actually, there are, although we are using online or face to face, it is not 100% accurate. There will be bound, a few percent of inaccuracy. That's why blended evaluation types is very important. Yeah.
A wonderful answer from you, ma'am. So there are so many type of online assessment, right? That suit with our needs and help us to measure our outcome in online learning.
And my advice: do not use only one method of evaluation.
Oh, okay.
You have to do many methods of evaluation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, ma'am. I think that is a wrap question for you, ma'am, and it means we need to say goodbye to the participant. I would like to say sorry if I have some mistake, as long as I was being your moderator. Once
okay, you are doing great.
Thank you. It is nice to meet you, ma'am.
Yes,
Thanks for a great presentation. I hope we can meet in a better situation.
Thank you.
And also, thank you for all participants. The last word, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ms. Ria, please.
Best to all. All the best. Bye-bye.
All the best, ma'am. Ms. Ria?
Okay, what an excellent presentation from our keynote speaker. Thank you, Professor Dato Dr. Norazah Muhammad Nordin, and our moderator, Grahita Kusumastuti, MPD. So, ladies and gentlemen, in this afternoon, we have listened and learned from our keynote speakers, and it means we are in the end of our meeting for today. We still have other 4 keynote speakers for tomorrow. Thank you for your attention. I am Ria Septianingsih, representing all the responsible of committee. Please forgive us for our shortcomings. See you tomorrow morning. Stay safe and healthy. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Wabarakatuh. Thanks a lot for all committee. You have already done well what we have to do today. Thank you.